Okay, Edge of the Empire, Liberation. You guys, first of all, let's roll Force Dice to get your destiny. So everybody open up the Edge of the Empire beta roller in the side.
Yep.
Done.
And then roll one white dice.
Are you able to see my roll? Lloyd already did it. I got one.
I don't
light
think
side.
mine's very good.
Yeah, mine's invisible as well.
Okay, what did you get?
It's not showing up. I'm gonna refresh.
Okay. You got one light side, Dennis, right?
Correct.
In my puny self. So I think. Wait a second. I have 3 yellows in mechanics. I think that's supposed to be in
that's
medicine.
meant to be medicine for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a mistake.
Alright, did mine show up?
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Okay, sweet.
And one more time, like when you have yellow and green on the same skill, the yellows consume the greens, right?
So, like, you would have, let's say you have 4 intellect, you would have 4 greens, but then every time you upgrade a rank, it replaces 1 green with a yellow.
So if I got 3 yellows and 4 greens, then I roll 3 yellows and 1 green.
Yeah, well, it should on the character sheet replace the greens with yellows.
Oh, okay. It's because it's on the wrong skill. Okay, let me just deal with that.
Okay, no worries. So you guys have received a coded message from Soren. Those of you who are new to Soren, he is a super tactical droid, who's some of the players we counted before, and he started a sort of droid liberation front in a planet out in wild space. Peaceful, haven't harmed anyone as of yet. They just want to live peacefully, and they believe that droids have sentience, and that they should be allowed to live as they wish. So Soren has sent you a message, and the message says, I have received news that a valuable ally in the fight for droid freedom has been captured by the Empire. He is ancient and powerful. He is aboard the Executor, the Super Star Destroyer. He is a basilisk war droid from the Mandalorian Wars. His name is Kir Bestroen. It seems the Imperials want to try and replicate his design. When you get to him, tell him that old Beaky is still ticking. He'll know you're friends of mine.
Old Beaky is still ticking?
How do you spell, or what was the droid's name again, Lloyd?
I'll put it in the chat because it's in Mandoa and it's basically unreadable.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So it's Kir Bestroen.
Excellent.
Yeah, so that's the message you get. It's obviously, it was extremely heavily ciphered and coded, but with Chef's expertise, you're able to crack it and read the message inside. And in return for getting this droid, you should have included that he would pay you 10,000 credits each.
Oh. Yeah.
And that's it. That's all the information that he's given you. The rest is up to you guys.
Cool.
So,
Nope, go ahead, Andrew.
oh, I was just trying to get like a bearing of where we are,
Yeah.
galaxy-wise.
That is up to you guys, pretty much. Wherever you think you would be, that's where you are. So if you want to be somewhere more central, if that's convenient, then that's where you are. If you want to be out in the Outer Rim, that's fine.
What ship do we have? That's another question.
You have a YG 4210 light freighter. That's Jaster's ship. What's it called, Jaster? Grey Lady?
Yes, the Grey Lady. There was a brief discussion of changing it to the Scarlet Lady after that
The incident.
one incident, but yeah, I think we stuck with the Grey Lady.
Well, if we're looking for a place to like base up and get our heist in motion. Tef would suggest.
Perhaps we could go to the Corellian sector. Low Imperial presence there.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, Rand would nod his head slowly and say, the Carillion sector. Haven't been there in a good while. Wouldn't mind stopping by there. The farther from Imperials, the better, for now.
Tef would point at you. What was your character's name, Marcus?
Ran, R-A-N.
All right. Yeah, he would say,
Now, Mr. Ran, you're not mixed up in any of those swoop gang races, are you?
He would just chuckle a bit and say, "Oh, it's been even longer since I've been mixed up with any swoop gangs."
I know.
his hand will go up and he'll kind of place it on his forehead and he'll say,
Maybe we stay away from Corellia then.
Oh, come on! I just got a brand new Sabak deck.
Oh, yeah.
Hand goes up the head again.
Oh man.
Come on, we can win some more credits.
Thinking of maybe a compromise stuff would be like,
How about we go to Center Point Station? That's far enough away that you no get in trouble.
Yeah, if you say so. We could try that.
So we can go.
yeah, I mean, it works for me if unless somebody else has a different preference.
Yep, I am totally cool. I'm just like trying to familiarize myself with my sheet real quick, and then I'll. But yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, the little rodent man would be like, "Yes, that sounds great."
Now, does Jaster have a co-pilot for his ship?
Jester's not really a pilot. He, with my agility, you know, I can pilot, but he's not really a trained pilot. He generally has a pilot that flies for him.
Gotcha. Rand would definitely volunteer his piloting expertise, or co-piloting if anyone else would like to pilot, of course.
What's astrogation?
That's calculating space jumps,
Okay.
like hyperspace jumps.
Yeah. Yeah, Vite would say, "Oh, I could help calculate the jump if we're taking one. That is."
Perfect. Could always use a good navigator.
How many crew are on this ship, and am I already a part of this crew?
Yeah, I would think that the message probably went to Tef and Jaster, and then they hired the rest of you guys for this.
Right. Is it just us on the ship?
Yes.
Right. Okay. I'm just okay. I'm sitting in a corner, probably polishing a very large rifle. I have like a natural aptitude for piloting, but and polishing rifles, but I'm no skilled pilot.
The gears are turning in Tef's head, like trying to figure out what we need to do procedurally to get this thing going. And he's thinking, well, a good place to start would probably be to figure out where the executor currently is. So I want to, I should have some contacts in the droid world still, maybe the old Techno Union. I want to try to see if I can get in touch with one of them to find where they're sending maintenance droids for the ship's upkeep. Because I'm thinking shift the size of the executor. They're probably shifting droids in and out on a constant basis.
Makes sense to me.
So what knowledge skill would you say that is?
Let's see. There's no Empire. Maybe Core Worlds?
Excellent.
Yeah, let's go with Core Worlds.
Awesome. And what would the difficulty be?
Let's call it 3.
So Tuff will be like running through different ports in his head.
Maybe they put into maintenance at Louis von Shipyard. No, a Bilbringi. Corellian engineer call.
And he's like flipping his fingers back, looking at you guys like,
What do you know?
I mean, I have some. I have some underworld kind of contacts. I think I can play the streets, maybe at the very lowest level, but if there's a criminal aspect that I could leverage to find about these droids.
I'm thinking like maybe me and him then could do like a concerted effort somehow.
Yep, this makes sense to me.
So it'd be good for like an assist, like a boost.
Definitely for a boost.
All right, so yeah, I'll come together with you, and we'll be shooting back and forth, spitballing here.
Okay.
1 success, 3 threat.
Okay. Let's see. You'll find out where it was recently, and it has recently been near Kashyyyk. I think threat might be revealed at a later time.
Dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun.
So maybe the shady, it's a Duros that I'm speaking to. He's my contact. Maybe the shady Duros. As we're talking, I kind of get the feeling that he's going to run his mouth.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So when
He's
I'll
looking at you, like, with a raised non-eyebrow, like an eyebrow ridge, and he's like, "Oh, I got the information that you need," but you feel like, other people want information about you, maybe.
Yeah, son of a bitch. I'll close the comm link with him, and I'll walk back over to you guys and clap my hands together and start working them a bit and say,
Well, the good news is it is located currently by Kashyyyk. Bad news. They probably know that we know.
Yeah, and at that you'd see Dr. V. Now, Dr. V, I don't know how tall these things are. I'm guessing like 3 or 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
It's just like this little rodent person. But this guy, he's got like brown fur, but he's got like little flecks of blue in it, and all around his mouth is this kind of like blue tinge around his gums and lips, and even the teeth had like turned a little blue in there. And he would just kind of cock his head to the side and look at you and say, "Well, what are we waiting for then? I need some credits." And as he says that, like, he brings his back paw up and like scratches kind of insistently, and you would notice if you see him a lot that he seems to scratch himself an overly amount.
Maybe we can get you defleed when we get paid.
And he said, "Dr. V does not have fleas," and he kind of looks at you with this very indignant, round-eyed look.
I'm like bending over, staring down at him, like locking eyes with him, with a huge rifle over my back.
As he scratches, a flea gets flung off of him and into your face.
I'm quite agile, probably like blow it away, something.
Yeah, you don't have any hair either, so I think you're okay.
Yeah.
It's true.
Tuff will say,
Do any of you have passed with the Imperial? And I don't mean a criminal.
So yeah, when you say that, Veet like raises his paw immediately, and then when you say not criminal, he lowers it. Immediately.
Well, I've killed a bunch of them. I don't think that's criminal.
I think that might be exactly what criminal is, my man. Good sir.
I consider it a public service.
Mr. Tuff's thinking,
Well, that probably rules out Angle of Inside Man. Hmm.
Has my character done any work for the Imperials?
You can decide. You have, I think, a betrayal that you're in. You fought in the Clone Wars, and you were there when some Jedi were killed. You took part in that. So you would
Yeah,
have been,
I wondered. I was looking at that. Could have been on the Imperial side or either, I suppose.
would have been the
Freedom.
Republic side at the time, I think. But yeah, it's kind of up to you to decide.
I feel that I'm kind of like a free agent, and I might have done jobs for either side during the war. Proper bounty hunter, being an assassin and everything, I suppose.
Soldier of Fortune.
Yeah, I may have done the odd job for them. I may have done the odd job against them. Now that they know, maybe.
so Tuff sees everything in terms of droids. That's just how he views the world, because he's a droid maker. So he thinks to himself,
Oh, one thing Tuff know about Super Star Destroyer is that take significant damage from Minoc. Require constant upkeep. Droids, my friends. Droids.
and I'll say,
Perhaps you get us contract as droid mechanic. We come onto ship and then make ourselves disappear.
Yeah, and you'd see like Dr. Veet would be sitting there like he clearly looking at you, like he had no clue what you're saying, and then you're like, and then he gets it, and a little light bulb clicks on, and he goes, yes, that does sound very tricksy. I like this.
I mean, could maybe hit up some of the like underworld contacts to get some sort of fake IDs or something, or a way onto one of the ships. Maybe through what? Maybe they sell some droids, or have fingers in some of the droid manufacturing stuff, and we could get in that way.
Rand would clear his throat and say, well, or we could find the guy who works on the ship, kill him, take his ID, make some copies, and figure it out from there.
Oh, that is a elegant solution. We just
Yes.
make sure that nobody sees.
I don't know about all this killing, friends. Is it really necessary?
Well, as our friend Jaster said, it's kind of a public service. You kill an Imperial, it's one less to worry about.
And then so Veet like hears that, and then he's looking around at the others, like just looking for an ally, amongst you. And if no one speaks up, he just sort of looks down at his toes and says, "All right, fine. I guess the pay is good enough."
I've kind of pigeonholed a little bit here with a rifle bigger than you are. I kind of answer questions in one way.
No, I mean it's totally up to you, Dan. Like maybe you only killed for a code of honor, whatever it is. Like it's just basically
I don't mind being complete
Cool.
scum. No, I quite like the guy who played both sides off during the Clone War. Maybe knows a little bit more than he should have. Yeah, maybe we. I mean, they've got to have some maintenance crew. Maybe we can hit some sort of academy or facility that they.
Well, good man, now you want to go after the schools?
Well, they've got to pick them up from somewhere, some sort of facility. So if we infiltrate at that end and then get picked up and taken into the ship from the maintenance academies directly or whatever.
Dr. Veet's eyes are now like slits as he looks at you, and he's like pawing his little rodent feet. You know how they do that? They're just like, he's just looking. And finally he says, under his breath, pay is too good.
What was this contact in Kashyyyk? Is it too hot to go there now that they potentially know?
Well, that was kind of to locate the Star Destroyer itself.
Right.
And it's recently been seen in orbiter in Kashyyyk.
Would you say that maybe Onderon would have a university?
The university for like Imperial training? Yeah.
Yeah, Onderon or Rusan or somewhere close by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go with Onderon. I like that name better. He'll say,
You know, I actually remember from my day at Academy. Onderon train Imperial mechanic, located close to Sector.
Oh then. If that's the angle you want to take, seems like a good bet.
Tough will
Sounds
say,
good to me.
Yep. Resigning himself to the path of blood and destruction, Veet takes up his seat at navigation and begins punching in warp codes.
I'll come over to Dr. Veet, seeing that he's having a little bit of a hard time with this, and I'll say,
Perhaps, good doctor, there is other alternative.
Yeah, he would kind of look up at you with this kind of cloudy-eyed look, and he'd say, "What do you propose, good Tef Sokoth?"
Ran is a violent man. Like to think he kill. Perhaps we can use some kind of neuroparalytic or something. Make it appear as if man dead.
And he would see he kind of brighten a little bit at that idea, and he'd say, "Yes, I could perhaps think of something along those lines, come up with some kind of concoction, perhaps. I do have my medical supplies, it is true."
Wouldn't be able to make it bullet form, would you?
And you'd see, he was all puffed up, his mind was racing with ideas, and then he'd, his shoulders would sink. No, my friend, I'm afraid I'm no gunsmith. It would be a syringe, I'd say, or an applicator. Perhaps throwable, but I do not work with those archaic instruments of death. I'm a man of medicine.
Is your Weequay rifle that's a slug thrower?
No idea. Potentially.
Yeah, I think it is.
And just to outline the hypocrisy in that statement, there is an old world 45 strapped to this guy's hip.
Okay.
I know. So the Weequay is actually an energy weapon. It's a blaster lance.
Okay.
Yeah, Tough would say,
I don't know about bullet ammunition, but I could perhaps mess with the phase actuator.
You could, as they say, set it to stun, and he'd raise an eyebrow.
he'll say,
Oh no, it'll kill him very painfully.
And again, this guy's just going through the most bipolar moment of his little rodent life. He keeps puffing up and then up and then. And
Chester's.
he just starts shaking his head. He's like, and he starts chittering to himself. Just
Jaster's lip quirks in a smile as he says, exactly how painful.
Somewhere between slight bad internal burn and complete disintegration.
and he'll raise his hands.
That is not non-lethal!
I like your thinking, Tef. I like your style.
It may require time, though.
Surely we got some time. we're heading to Kashyyyk. Or about.
Yeah, how much time do we have, Lloyd, as far as the trip goes?
How long will it take to get to Kashyyyk?
Yeah, from where we're at right now. I guess we don't really know where we're at.
Somewhere in the Corellian system, you said, right?
Yeah, say from like center point.
I've got to familiarize myself with this map a little better. I don't think it's that far. It's not like across galaxy or anything, right? Because Corellia is near.
Do we go at warp speed or?
It's only like one jump from Onderon, if you were good to go there first. And I think from Corellia to Onderon, like, I don't know, maybe a day? Let's see, is there a... Onderon is unfortunately not on a lane. Oh, there's Corellia. Okay, I found it. There's so many goddamn planets in this map, man. It's insane. I don't know, you probably have a better gauge of it than I do, Andrew, like how long it would take. But I would say like maybe a day or two in hyper speed from Corellia to Onderon.
Excellent. Do you have your weapon in your hands right now? Dan, what's the name of your character? I keep forgetting.
Just call him Ak.
Ek, okay.
Yeah, well, you planning to modify this?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I could short it up a little bit here. Increase damage, augment spin barrel, and galvanize. Ugh.
Just know that this rifle is currently more precious to me than you are.
Oh, you do not have to worry. Gun is in the hands of a master technician.
Yeah, why not?
Oh yeah, I'll take that then, and I'll use the parts I have from like my mechanics kit to augment spin barrel it. It cost me 1,750 credits.
1,750?
Yep, I've got it.
You got a lot of fucking money, man. You're rich.
We've had some pretty lucrative jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it automatically gets 1 extra weapon damage. It's now harder to maintain, though. It has a setback to it whenever you try to maintenance the weapon.
Okay.
However, I'm going to try to modify it now. So that costs 250 credits per modification. So this first one is a +1 damage mod. Now, the first mod is at a 3 mechanic, I believe. Or it's 100 credits, toolkit, a couple hours. Yep. So this one's going to be at a 3. Do you want to increase the difficulty or anything, Wood?
No, I won't.
Okay.
Dr. V would like to add a dark presence destiny to that, please.
You can't do that.
I'm down if he wants to. If he wants to save off this killing machine I'm about to build.
No. I don't want to poo-poo anybody else. It's fun.
Yeah.
I'm good. Nick is totally fine with you guys blowing everybody's brains out. Just let me make that very clear. Nick is good.
3 success.
Pete will get over himself.
Yeah, mod the shit out of it.
Yeah, so now the gun is up to 2 extra damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to mod that shit again. This is another damage mod. This time it's 4 difficulty.
Why?
And I'm going to use one of our light side points.
Okay.
And I'm sitting there like I have all my instruments out, like the lights on it, and I'm sitting there, I'm going,
Oh, yeah. I tweak it just a little bit here, and the heat that come out of the muzzle would burn the hand right off a Rhodian.
Jesus.
oh, I fucked that one up.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
So as I'm doing it, that means it can never get that second damage mod on it. However, the gun is still functional.
Right.
So I take the gun and I'll throw it over to you, and it has that 2 damage mod, and I'll say,
Here you go. Like a growl of great dragon.
So mechanically it's +2 damage, and you said something about terrible maintenance now.
if the gun breaks for some reason, you'll have a setback to repair it.
But Taft probably wouldn't tell you that.
Probably not. Well, okay. I'll make some sort of note of that.
Yeah, I'll say,
Anybody else want me to modify weapons to kill?
I'll toss him my blaster carbine rifle, light blaster carbine, whatever.
Yeah.
Say, don't mess it up.
it's did you say it's a light range weapon?
If that's what a blaster carbine is, yeah, I think it's
I
light.
think it's probably heavy if it's a carbine.
Blaster
I'd say.
carbine. Oh yeah, maybe it is. I have no
I
idea.
think it's heavy.
Is it a DLS 12?
I don't know. Let me see.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty normal carbine.
Yeah, just says blaster carbine.
Okay, yeah, that's range heavy.
Okay, cool.
I can't put an augmented spin barrel on that because it's not a blaster rifle. However, I might be able to put an underbarrel grenade launcher.
Do it.
Why not a flamethrower? You know, while you're at it.
Like for obviously story purposes, I'm probably buying all of these attachments on fucking Centerpoint Station before we leave.
Right.
Do you want me to do some kind of street check to get a hold of this thing, because it has pretty destructive power?
I have one of the best things I have is Streetwise. If that
Oh,
helps.
yeah. It's not a matter of rarity, but just a matter of finding the contact, because attachments are readily available. However, this one's restricted.
I have
Right.
absolutely no idea how to roll, what to roll.
Okay. So
if
what
I'm
is your
even that good at
streetwise?
it, that my Streetwise is one yellow and one green.
Okay, so
You should
click
try.
those into the thing, and then you're going to add Center Point Station's a big tech place, so I'll say 2 purples, and then roll all those dice together.
Okay.
Okay, success with more threat. Excellent. So yeah, you managed to find it, but that guy also gives you like a shady looking eyebrow. I guess he maybe spoke to a Duras some time ago. He's like, yeah, it's no problem, I'll get you the stuff. And he like pulls open this big coat that he has. He's got all these like weird underslung things that you can add to your blaster. I got what you need, buddy. And he pulls out this or the parts, whatever, for a underslung grenade launcher.
Okay.
Where did we meet that guy at?
So you're in Center Point Station, which is this big space station or whatever, and it's like tech is readily available there, so it wouldn't be too hard to find.
Yeah, probably someone fairly shady.
Oh, the shadiest, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I go on a shopping trip and get you all these incredibly dubious parts for your modification. Can I get some sort of realistic expectation of my gun went from 8 damage to 10 damage? Like,
That's
what
right.
does 10 damage mean?
It's high. It's
That's
pretty
high.
high. So, like, what you'll do is you'll roll the hit, and then it'll be you'll do the 10 damage, and then every time you get an extra hit, it's an extra damage.
Right.
And
I have 9 hit points.
right, exactly. Yeah. So you could
Okay.
straight up kill people if there's also soak involved, which is kind of like armor, which will block some of the damage. But yeah, it's quite a lot of damage.
Okay, so I could kill people if I'm lucky in one go, if
Yes.
not grievously injure. Right.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
good.
powerful. Pretty good.
Excellent. So I'll take that sucker and I'll apply it to his weapon, and then I will try to add a quality ammo modification to it. One. All right, yeah. So this will increase the ammo.
Grenade launcher, bring it onto a spaceship.
Probably not the best idea I've had.
That's so good. Let's bring
Yeah,
this
so,
encrypted weapon onto a spaceship.
Yeah, how
as you
many of
guys
us
are
have,
like pulling this, I'm sorry, Dan. Let me do this piece. Well, as you guys are pulling this this machine out and laying it out, V would kind of come up and he would pull himself up and look up onto the counter, and he would just shake his head and he said to him, "Why couldn't you just use gas?" And then he'll go back to his navigation seat.
Could you make some sort of gas grenade? It wouldn't blow the ship apart.
You can
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
buy them.
Yeah,
Or
we
you
can buy
put
them.
into- yeah.
Okay.
This can fire any grenade too. This is just like the component to fire the grenade.
Right.
Oh, okay. I thought you had like high explosives like laying around on the table, and Ve's just like, oh.
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll install it, and it looks awesome. Like, it now has this like barrel underneath it capable of firing a grenade, and they'll say,
How does that look, Ren? Is it good?
And I'll take it and I'll spin it over my hands a few times and say, "Oh yeah, this looks pretty good." Yeah. Is it dangerous?
Very.
All the better.
I'll say, no.
No, just find ordnance to put into gun.
Not a bad idea. And where would I find ordnance for this weapon?
You could go to a genuine arms dealer, or you could try and find some shady guy to buy like the shady grenades off. But yeah, you could just find like an arms dealer on Centerpoint Station definitely who would sell normal grenades.
Okay, and how much would they cost per grenade?
Let's see. So you can get a frag grenade for 50 credits, poison gas grenade for 50 credits,
Ooh.
a proton grenade for 60 credits. Jesus, please don't buy that.
Oh shit.
Buy that one.
Can I do one proton and one frag?
Sure, yeah.
Alright,
So that'll
excellent.
be 110 credits.
Alright, sweet.
It's got limited ammo too, also, because I added the additional mod, so you can chamber both of those.
Oh, perfect.
2-shot grenade launcher. Sweet.
Fuck your world, Lloyd.
I mean, the more times you shoot grenades, the more likely is Darth Vader is going to come down there and kill you all.
I'll save the proton for him.
That would be game breaking. Somehow managed to kill Darth Vader.
Oh my
Now-
gosh.
This thing is heavy, though. It adds 2 encumbrance. So,
Okay, cool. So I'll be at 5 out of like 11, I think. I backpack 1. Yeah. Sweet.
yep, I'm
Ready.
Yeah, Rand would look down at his new weapon and say, "Oh yeah, can't wait to raid this ship." And I'll go hop in the pilot seat.
But remember, Mr. Corellian, we are maintenance.
Maintenance still carries weapons, right?
Yeah.
It's a dangerous galaxy.
Might be able to find a droid or something. You could stash them in and bring him on board.
You could have a little droid aboard with you, a little astromech that Soren gave to you, if you remember. I can't remember his name. It's going to be an OR3 though, so you can pick the remaining 2 numbers and letters. But yeah, OR3 something.
Or 3PO. Fucking stupid.
So what is the plan of action here? You want to go to Onderon and attack an academy? Is that the idea? Or
yes. Sir.
Apparently.
Well, it doesn't have to be attack, infiltrate, and
We're trying to steal a ship and credentials and uniforms? Is that what the plan is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's the plan, right?
just I think so. You wanted to get on board through maintenance, so I think starting at the start, we have to go find something to make us look like maintenance and then look official. Why not go to
Yeah.
the source?
I'm just seeing the word plan in quotation marks, like
Yes.
So, like, Tough is gonna stand like in front of a holograph board and he'll say,
First, we need a Lambda class shuttle.
he'll start going down the list of everything we need.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, no.
Okay, Okay, so you want to go to the academy, or do you want to go to like a smaller Imperial base? Do you want to go to where specifically?
Can we get the information to? Presumably, we don't want to attack like the maintenance academy. If there are smaller academies, more local or feeder academies.
Why don't we do we have a hacker, right? Why don't we like hack a dispatch out and then take the ship while it's en route to wherever we told it to go?
That I like that. Can you make sure like one of them is Aquarian, one of them's an Emodian, and etc.
Like hack in and get the dossiers and then like actually. I mean,
one of them is a hamster, and we can.
You know what? I bet that academy sends their young officers in training up on test flights. That's what I think.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Can this grey lady or something? Do you think we can take out a class shuttle full of maintenance crew?
Why don't we just make ourselves look derelict, do the hack, and have them come out to us and dock, and then you know they're docked. We take their ship.
You guys try to pretend to be like, oh, we've taken major damage, and
yeah, exactly. Yeah, dead in the water, and then they come onto our ship.
Pretend I can deal the ship major damage.
No, man, no. You've done enough, Tef. You've done enough.
just don't think though. If they see the ship, it'll have to look legitimate.
Looks can be deceiving. I don't think we need to do anything like that.
Well, if you say so.
You just disable. Oh no, I changed voice. You just. I forgot the voice. God damn it!
The Tef voice is so contagious.
Oh no! I know. God damn it! I've lost my train of thought now. Continue.
Okay, that is a plan I can get behind. That's a plan without inverted commas, which I'm pretty pleased with, so that's good. Okay, so what would the idea be like? Somewhere in high orbit above Onderon, maybe send a distress signal, something like that?
Yeah, and I will like I'm not gonna damage anything, but I want to go around and kind of like power some stuff down so it gives us like a bad looking signal.
Yeah. Okay, no problem.
And then can we send a false signal, like make it look like we're someone else or something, something important about us. And then no killing. And he'll kind of look around and...
Does this blaster have a stun function? Or can I just end up hitting them over their head with it?
Yeah, Tubb probably took that off when he added the augment.
Probably. You don't need this! And then throws it over his shoulder.
What if now could he come up with something? Could I synthesize something that that could knock people out and then put it in the airlock vents? So when they dock and they're in our airlock, we just fucking gas them right there.
That's an extremely good idea.
I mean, like, I have medicine up the wazoo. Can I come up with like a compound?
Do you have a med kit, like one of the med packs?
Yeah, I have all kind. I have like let me see. I have
tons of stuff. Yeah.
I have all the medical stuff. All the medical stuff that had mechanics. I have out of the main book. So that's I have 7 stim packs, 5 med aid patches. I've got like I got stuff like that's it. That's basically all there was. So
yeah, you've got stuff to burn.
Neuro, I know the neuroparalytic. It's in the gear section. That has an aerosol form.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Now I don't have that. So could I synthesize? Could I change one of my stim packs to that thing for this express purpose?
I would say yes, but with difficulty. Or you could use the poison grenade and try and change the way that functions.
I don't think we bought that, did we? I don't have any money, so if someone wants to pick that up, like maybe like I'm discussing this and like and you guys, one of you can have an idea to go pick that up. I could do that as well. Either way, I mean, I can do a difficult check. I think I'll have 4 yellow dice. I don't know if that's good or not, but I think it is.
I think you should have 3, not 4.
I will once I use my drugs.
Oh, yes, you have drugs, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
No, the drug upgrades one of your
It
green
gives
dice,
me,
I think.
Yeah, so I have 3 yellows and 1 green currently. And,
Yeah, so then you'll have 3 yellows and 2 greens if you take the drug.
Wait, what? No,
The drug,
it
I think,
upgrades.
it upgrades your intellect, right?
Upgrade here. Let me just. I'll read it to you. A character under the effects of Booster Blue may upgrade the ability of any agility, intellect, or cunning related check he undertakes once.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's right.
So that goes from green to yellow, right? So
Yeah,
my
that's correct.
one remaining green will become a yellow, and then I'll have 4 at that point.
Yep.
Yeah. So if anybody's got a extra gas grenade, that'd make things easier. Otherwise, I'll have to do it the hard way. Or try to do it the hard way. And mind you, if I fail, not a big deal. We can still shoot them.
Could we use a destiny point to have like one laying around on the ship?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, like the rodent he is, I'll like scamper around and I'll find it, like, and I'll come up with my head, look what I found. No. Look what I found. And okay, so we use the destiny point, and then all right, what do you want me to do for difficulty to make this thing knock out and aerosol inside of the airlock?
I think I'll make it 4. Yeah, let's make it 4.
4 purple.
4 purples, yeah.
All right,
and
yes.
I'll spend a dark side to make it 3 purples, 1 red.
Son of a bitch. Okay. All right. Yep. And then yeah. So you'd see like he would get like he'd come up to like the little work table where you've been working at, and he'd like drag over a stool so he could reach the workspace, and clamber up on top of it, and then you'd kind of look from side to side, and you'd see him like dig around in this utility belt that he has, and he'd like whip out this inhaler, right? And he would go and he'd hold it in both hands, he'd look. And you'd see like this little blue vapor escaping from his mouth and from from where the seal breaks against his fur. And then he'd like roll back his head, and the back of his neck and his fur would all stand up straight. And you'd see like this little convulsion go through his body, and he'd like, oh yeah. And then he'd go to work.
Nice.
Amazing.
All right, here it is. Please don't suck. Okay, what is that?
That's an excellent roll. So 3 successes and an advantage. So it's perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, so you definitely synthesize it. You can have little like aerosol dispenser or whatever put in, like I guess just outside the airlock. That when you at a time of your choosing, that would be the advantage that you have like a remote detonator or whatever. So once they are in there, it'll just.
Yeah, as like it's doing the equilibrium, they take off their helmets. Oh yeah, we're gonna go to work, and then yeah, it'll come in. Yeah, that's the plan.
Nice, excellent work.
As long as it goes well. Fantastic. Yeah, Veet seems very happy with himself.
Yep, it's a great idea. Okay, so Tef, I guess you give me a check or 2 to like have the whatever life support looks like it's low, or the engines or power or whatever.
Excellent. Yeah. What do you want as difficulty?
How convincing do you want it to be?
I want it to be convincing enough to fool an actual Imperial engineer.
Right. So then I think it'll be quite difficult to fool people who are trained to look out for this kind of thing. I'd say we'll call it 4.
Okay.
Would he be able to get a boost from the astromech?
Yes, I think you definitely could.
Could I get 2 boosts from the astromech because I have speaks in binary?
You could.
Very good. I'll use a destiny point too, because I think our plan at this point kind of hinges on this.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll kind of suck if we're just floating in space the whole session waiting for someone to come that never does.
How does helping your allies work? Has he gotten as much as he can already?
Yeah, so the way it works is like if you are skilled in the same thing, if you also have training, you can give a boost to that person.
I just have innate ability, not training.
Okay, I think I'm capped out then. Here I go.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Right, the ship is like somehow, even though there's no damage done to it, it's like sparking on the outside. It looks like the engines have completely been destroyed or whatever. It just looks like this ship has taken major damage. That's going to set their difficulty for spotting it, and it's going to be just almost impossible. I think actually impossible.
Can my advantage be, since I have that one advantage lingering there, I want to modify the ship's atmosphere ever so slightly, so if they read it, it'll make it look like we're carrying a bunch of droids.
Yes.
It's all part of my ruse to make them think that we have a bunch of Imperial protocol droids that are headed to the Executor.
Makes sense to me.
Yes.
Did he do such a good job that even we on the inside are really uneasy that the ship might blow apart at any moment?
Yeah, like all the lights have gone red. There's like a kind of slow flashing red, like backup light or whatever that's going off, and all the readings are like beep 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 as if something's about to explode. But Jeff would assure you that's okay.
I'll wave my hands and say,
Oh, collecting for show only.
And Veet would like turn to look at you for a moment with his glassy eyes, and then he'd go back to doing what he was doing, which is sitting here like nodding forward and backwards while looking at the monitor that has the camera and the airlock and holding his little button.
Okay, so are you sending a message out? Just like a distress beacon?
We gotta hack that too, right?
I highly suggest somebody not Nemoidian send the distress call.
We've got to make it look like Imperial protocols too, right?
Yeah. Who would that be some sort of bluff check kind of thing, or like?
I think you could use first. You could use like a knowledge core to get the information, and that could give you a significant amount of boost to your deception check.
Okay.
I mean, you'll
any knowledge skills.
I have deception, so yeah. Seeing that this is the stage that we're at, Dr. Veet would make himself available to you, good sir, to help in any way he can, in the form of a boost when you get to deception.
I don't have deception, so is it not worth doing it? I don't know what race is most applicable for.
Well, somebody needs
Imperials.
somebody. I don't have core worlds. I only have one in deception. I have one yellow die.
I have one yellow in negotiation, but not deception, and I don't have any core world or any knowledge skills whatsoever.
Now you would have a high just knowledge generally, Dr. V, since you have a high intellect.
I do, yeah.
So you can make the check. You just wouldn't be able to, like, if someone else is making the check, help them. But you still have the knowledge, if you know what I mean.
Oh, okay.
So you can make an untrained check to see if you can figure out like what the Imperial protocol for our ship is exploding is.
All right, yeah. But why do it clean when you could do it high? I'll get my inhaler out again. All right, what's the difficulty?
It'll be. I think 3.
Okay.
I think of all, this is a pretty common one. Like, our ship's in trouble. You might have heard it before.
What's that mean? Did
Hell.
I do good?
You did.
Did I do good?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you absolutely blow it out of the water. You remember a specific example when you had heard an Imperial ship do this like less than a month ago. Send a distress call, and it is. You remember word for word exactly what it is. Like we are currently suffering from 2348. Something like that.
Ah, yes, and I even know what that is, so he can make the systems reflect that exactly.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Okay, sweet. So go ahead and make your deception, and you can have 3 boosts.
Now, is anybody else good at deception?
Let me check. I don't think so,
I'm
though.
not very.
No, I'm not good at it.
All right, I'm gonna. Veet's all popped up on blue. What is this stuff? It's called Booster Blue, baby. His lips all curling back to show his blue teeth, and he's gonna go ahead and try. So what's the difficulty again?
For this, it'll just be 2 to send out the. I mean, you've got the code, and the ship looks like it's genuinely damaged. So
I think that's one advantage.
And you have 3 boosts. Oh yeah, that's one advantage. Okay. So maybe because the ship is so badly damaged, it's kind of a garbled distress call. You know, it comes out like 20.
All right. Hopefully it's enough to lure him in.
Yeah. So I guess like 10 minutes would go by as you guys like sit there with the klaxon going off in the ship, just going like red to black, and eventually you would receive a hail.
I would look over to one of the humans.
Yeah, I would nod at you.
When you answer the hail, it'll say Corellian freighter YG 4210 Grey Lady. This is Imperial vessel 3498.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
You seem to be suffering from some sort of distress. Do you need assistance?
Oh yeah, we need immediate assistance. We got hit pretty hard by some rebels or something, and yeah, we could really use some help.
And as this is going on, like Veet's next to, as he hears him going, like I purposefully like jam the signal a little bit as he gets to the end ship, possibly, so it comes through like rebel take fire. And I'm just looking at you, like shaking my little rodent head, like, that's not how you do it.
I just give you the thumbs up.
Chuckles as he pulls out one pistol and begins checking it over, then holsters it and checks his other one.
So the response would be rebels. Rebels on Underrun?
I wouldn't worry about it. Send some help.
It's something to be worried about. Did you defeat them? What happened?
Oh yeah, they're dead. You should have seen their ship. Nothing left of it even.
Where are the coordinates of the crashed ship?
I'll send them right over. Let me get with my navigator.
And then I push him down. And I come on the I say, informational comms are down. Need help, assistance, please do, Doc. We'll get this all sorted out once you're in. Thanks.
All right. You can go ahead and give me the deception.
All right.
This is awesome.
So you can have a boost.
Okay.
The difficulty will be 2 again. So drop some of the boost down because of the suspicious talk of rebels. Oh yeah, okay. That's a success with some threat. Okay. They say, all right, we'll be there momentarily. Yeah, and so it's a little while later, and you can see the ship now coming. It's a little bit bigger than yours, but not much. It's just like a little sort of shuttle thing, and it'll pull alongside and hail you and say, prepare for boarding, activate the boarding clamps, etc.
Will do.
Yeah, and as Dr. Veet kind of gives him the AOK to come on, Rand will go and gather up his modified carbine and probably go join Jaster and just be ready.
Teth, at the moment it looks like we're going to launch our plan. Teth is going to try to jam their comms.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Sounds good.
Are you gonna time it? Are you gonna time it for like when I release the toxin?
Yeah, like just before it, perhaps.
Okay. So we would be coordinating then.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. So they attach the sort of umbilical cord thing that connects the 2 ships, and there's a little bit of a hiss as it starts to depressurize, and you can see. Well, actually, you couldn't see because it's through a airlock door or whatever, but. 3 dudes and 2 astromech droids are like making their way across. They're not like stormtroopers. They're just like Imperial dudes. They have Imperial fatigues and stuff on, and they're walking across towards you. And I guess they would look kind of confused when they see your airlock doors closed.
Oh yeah. So I would like open it, but I'd like open it and close it a couple times at first. So it was like,
excellent.
And then I'd open it for them.
Right, so they continue approaching, and they get like they just keep walking across, and they say, "Hello there. It looks like your ship's pretty badly damaged. We've got these we've got these great little guys," and they like rubs affectionately the head of one of the droids. We can help you out. Don't worry.
So just
Good work on getting those rebels.
Yeah, fantastic. Just to make sure I understand what's going on here, right? So our ship has like an airlock on its side, right? Where like they'll come in, one door will shut, things will happen, and then the other door will open. Or is that the tram that they're on, the part that has the two different doors?
I would have had it in my head that it was the actual tram itself, like in the bit in the middle. So like I don't know how many doors it would be. I guess maybe you would have your own airlock on the ship, right? That makes sense.
You would think you'd need it, because if we were trying to get off of our ship and go out into space, we'd have to have our own little airlock there.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So then, yeah.
So yeah, as soon as they're in, like, and the guys are in position to take out the droids or do whatever they need to do to the droids, I would turn and I would give Tef the signal, and I would hit the deal as soon as they take off their space gear, essentially.
Yeah. Well, they're not wearing any space gear. They're just like in fatigues because everything's pressurized in the walk between.
Yeah, and I would give Tef like a chitter in his direction.
Yeah.
And then I'd hit it.
Oh yeah.
Whoopsie daisy! And I'll hit the button, and if they try to get through the scanning, they'll have to be they'll have to. Let me see here. I think it's each success raises it. The enemy must make a 2 computers check. So yeah, they have to make a 3 computers check to get through my blocking.
Okay. Excellent. All right, so yeah, they come into your airlock, and I can imagine like you can looking at them through like the little bubble window, in between. And you're like, "Hey, how's it going?" And then like the door closes behind them, and you just like press the button.
Yeah, that's what happens exactly.
Okay, so it's a neurotoxin. So I think they make like a resilience check, which, as mechanics, is their specialty. Oh wait,
is it?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, I wonder.
I've got it pulled up.
You got pulled up?
Yeah,
I got
it's
like
3 perps.
Okay.
Suck.
I mean, they're gonna suck for sure.
This is for their life. Like, don't they understand? They just need to go to sleep. What's that mean?
Awesome.
They're fucked.
Is that bad? Okay.
It's a shocking amount of failures.
Awesome. Oh wow! All those failures.
Yeah.
So their advantage could be that they don't fall and break their necks. I think they fall and there we go. Good for them.
Yeah. So they're standing in there, and they're like, "We need you to open this door so we can come in and repair that." And then it's like, and they're like,
Yes.
and then they just like clunk, fall down, and the droids like make that like R2D2 screaming noise. Like a yow, and like they turn to try and get back onto their ship, but I guess the airlock door is closed behind them, so the droids in there are just like freaking the fuck out.
I don't know if I'm anywhere close to Tev, but I'm just like, are we killing the droids?
No, the stranding bolt.
And he'll start like pulling into his belt and fumbling at some kind of weird mechanical bolt.
Because I imagine I was like tucked behind a corner with the rifle, just ready to spin out and kill anyone who survived. And I was like, droids, yeah, no. And then you're like, no. And I was just like, oh.
We do need to secure their ship as soon as possible, guys, because they may not have sent their whole crew over.
How long does it take to dissipate the nerve gas? I'm not going through that.
All I would need to do is vent it. I imagine it could happen in like a half a second. I mean, that's what those chambers are made for venting.
Yeah.
So yeah, as soon as
how many are in that lock? Like how many people and how many droids?
3 men and 2 astromech droids.
Okay.
So 2 like or 2 units basically.
Yeah.
Not scary combat droids, just like little nerds.
Tef will say,
You can destroy one, but we need at least the other.
We can sell the other. I don't need to kill a droid. I'm more interested in live targets.
You take care of those droids, Tef.
I open the door.
All right, so you vent the gas, and then you open the thing. Yeah, and the path is just there. Across from you, now you jammed their signals, so the dudes on the comms weren't even able to go like, help! They just like fucking collapsed. So yeah, the path is just open to their ship.
I'm going to talk to the droid in binary and tell him to stand down.
This is fucking awesome.
He's like, but we have been deceived. The droid says.
What kind of uniforms were the guys wearing? Or do they have like hats or anything?
Yeah, they have like hats. They would have like fatigues, kind of. So it's not as official looking as like a.
Yeah. So not wanting to take a lot of time, Jaster will just toss his hat back through the hatch and then grab one of theirs and slap it on and then go running towards their ship.
Yeah.
How likely is Aquarian just like quite common in these ranks, or am I just going to give the game away?
Well, aliens are uncommon in the Empire. Most they would. Well, Palpatine has a sort of xenophobic sort of culture where mostly humans serve the Empire. It would give the game away, Quarren especially, because they're like the ones who sided with the Empire.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah, it's. I mean, at this stage, you're going to go in there and shoot those guys anyway, so I don't think it makes much difference.
I just thought for the element of surprise or something.
Right. Yeah.
Was it worth me putting on a uniform? I'll follow him in. I'll put a hat on for what it matters.
All right, so Jaster, you leg it across to the other side, and you enter in this like very austere sort of Spartan entrance chamber / common room or whatever. And then the ship is pretty small. You can see like the way to the bridge. The door there is it's closed, and there's like a dude sitting here in the common area, and he looks up and he's like, "Huh? What?"
I'll draw my gun and take a shot. My guns.
Cold-blooded. All right.
You bastards! You bastards!
I just grin at him as I draw my pistols.
Yeah.
I'm not there, but you bastard.
Aim for the head. Try not to spoil the uniform.
You bastard! You bastard! Oh, Jesus.
I think Rand would be kind of a little bit behind Jaster, but probably within yelling shot of the rest of the ship down there, and he would just yell, "Oh no, the rebels are coming!" And he would get his carbine ready, and he would go join Jaster, of course.
Okay.
So we have a droid, right, on our ship that serves us all, or?
Yes, you have a droid. Well, I guess technically he's Tef's droid, I would say.
Tef, does he have protocols to help us as long as we're reasonable, or?
Yeah, I'd say so. He's an astromech droid, so his like combative capabilities are incredibly low.
He has arms, so he can help me restrain the 3 prisoners, right?
He's not really. He could get on top of them, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Like I don't know.
It's R2D2 basically, little sort of.
Dustbin with wheels.
Oh, it's one of those things.
Yeah,
That's what you
dustbin
have.
with wheels. That's
I wonder if I can
estimate.
I wonder if I can hide inside of it.
Is it just 2 difficulty?
Yeah.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I will just restrain them on my own. Then.
As the Adjuster runs over, pulls out his guns, and most likely mercilessly murders this poor man.
Both pistols hit for. That's going to be 18.
What?
How many successes over is that? 18, so 19.
What's
And
that?
they also have Pierce too.
Okay, good, because he was going to block it all. Yeah, he's fucking dead. You run over and you pull your 2 guns, 2 shots directly into his face, and he is done. Taken care of.
I feel like I just Mr. Veet's like in the airlock trying to tie these guys up, and he just sees this flash of red from down across the gangplank in the other ship, and he just shakes his head.
Yep. I guess with the noise of the blaster fire, the dude in the cockpit would turn, and you would see a little terrified human, maybe 18, 19-year-old dude just put his head to the cockpit and just be like.
Am I able to get some sort of long shot right the way down the gangway of the ship?
Through the glass, absolutely.
Through the glass, take him out. I don't know. exactly what
You're
I'm
gonna break
rolling.
the glass of the ship, like the hole.
No, not
this
the
is
hole,
like
the inside
in the
door.
door
It's like
looking back.
Oh, okay.
a little porthole in the door. Right. So is this a ranged heavy weapons check?
Yes, indeed. So you put in your range heavy weapon stuff, and then the
2
difficulty
yellow,
will be
2 green.
yep, and the difficulty will be 2 purples.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you a black dice, which is a setback because of the glass. Yeah, you can take a maneuver to aim, which will give you a boost.
Oh, I have accurate 1. Does that help?
Yes. What does it do? Gives you a
Gives you a boost.
boost. Yeah.
So what are boosts? Are these the blue ones?
Blue.
Or
So you have 2 blues.
2 blues?
Yeah.
Okay. Character adds a boost, stealth boost, attacking targets that have an act in this encounter. Has it acted yet? Yes?
Yeah, he
No?
ran
Okay.
over to the. I guess he had. Well, we're not in initiative technically, so I don't know. He ran over to the door and looked out at it, so I would say he's acted.
He's acted. I have plus 20 to critical injury table rolls against enemies.
Yeah,
That
so
might,
if you crit him, then I mean.
that's whatever. That means nothing to me, but
So it's actually a miss, which is that black triangle. That's a failure.
Okay.
With 2 advantage. So maybe you shoot the opening mechanism on the door.
okay.
So you go, and he like fucking ducks for cover, but then the door just like slides open, and you see him squatting there, like hands above his head, like no. This was supposed to be a training mission.
I meant to do that. Now you can take him.
Yes, Ran, you can take a shot if you like, because you're. Making
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and take a shot. So it's ranged heavy, so it's 4 greens. No, 2 purple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, you can take aim maneuver if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that. So that would add the 2 blues.
But I'd
Or
one
how
blue.
does it? 1 blue. Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's dead. Yeah, he's gone.
Okay, awesome.
There's no question. Yeah. So you manage to open the door, and then immediately, like fluid motion, Ran pulls up his carbine and just takes this guy out. And that's it. The ship is clear of personnel.
Good job. Good job.
Not too bad.
You got blood pooling all over the floor, but other than that, you're good.
Have we got some like small maintenance mopping droid or something that can just poodle in and clean up after us?
Cold-blooded.
Tef, you got a droid for cleaning this?
Yeah. I'll do it.
And I'll like point over, and the droid will scoot in and start trying to like spray it and do a bunch of shit astromech droids do.
Yeah.
But I would do a couple things really quick. I want to get the bolts on those 2 new astromech droids.
Yep.
And I would want to go over to the shuttle and disable all comms for the moment until we get everything cleaned up the way we want it to.
Right. No problem. I think putting the training bolts on is going to not be an issue. They're astromech droids, and they're Imperial ones, so they're wiped very frequently, so they don't really have much in the ways of resistance, whatever. They'll just be like, okay, I guess we work for you now.
Poor things. Sorry, is there like cryo in this universe? Like, do we have any of that action?
How do you mean?
Like, is cryo a thing? Cryo sleep? Is it? I don't know. Like, for lore,
You don't need to, because the journeys are short enough that you don't need to.
Okay, so we can't just put these 3 on ice. All right. Well, then
You
we'll
could
have to.
you could carbonite freeze them maybe if I fuck with our ship's engine.
Maybe, yeah.
Why aren't we
no,
just
that's
gonna,
all right.
like, vent them into the nearest star? I don't know.
Well, that was not the point. Dr. Pete is very happy about his like partial victory over death and destruction. Jesus, people, you fucks.
Animals!
So I guess I'd find some cozy little cargo crate and shove the prisoners in there, and maybe get out like a little like vibro drill or something and punch a couple air holes in it, And then as I look like at this cage that I've made for these pesky humans, he says under his breath, "See how you like it," and then goes back to his work.
Jaster adds another notch to the dozen or so on his belt after he's...
Tuff will come up to Jaster and say,
Mr. Jaster, recommendation.
What you got, Tiff?
We should move ship away from here with shuttle before we abandon old ship. We don't want them to find it if they come to last known location.
Agreed.
Second,
and he holds up his fingers, he says,
I think we should slightly alter transponder code on shuttle, just in case they put in for ship missing.
I imagine you can take care of that.
Yes.
Can we not just going to abandon it in space? Are we going to find some asteroid or something that's passing, and you could land and shut down the Grey Lady, and we could come pick it up afterwards?
I imagine Jaster doesn't want to give up his ship.
Yeah.
My suggestion would be jump to hyperdrive and then randomly disengage, mark astro coordinate, and then come back for ship later.
Yeah, so I could do that. That's the wrong voice too, damn it.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That'll work.
Yes.
Alright, so you wanted to turn off all the comms and stuff, right, Andrew?
yup, disable him.
Yeah. Go ahead. It'll be a 3.
Okay. Disable, yep, that looks good. Oh, shit.
Wow. That's a lot of advantage. Maybe you don't turn them off, but you broadcast an incorrect location? Something like that? What do you think?
I've got no clue.
Like it's
could he broadcast everything's fine? So
Well,
okay. Oh.
One problem with it is, I already have the comms jammed.
Right.
So, I'm putting out a frequency from our ship that jams their comms.
That's true.
And I'm trying to mechanically disable them, but I have failed to mechanically disable them.
But something excellent happens.
Well, I mean, they're technically still jammed by our ship. Could the advantages just be that he knows that he messed up, and that if we move the ships away, that the comms will be functional again?
Or could he find some sort of intel on the comm computer that would be useful?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was going to say. Some
Yeah.
kind of intel.
Because it was a mechanical check, right, rather than a computer's check?
Yeah.
I simply don't know.
Could it be he finds some sort of communication mod or something to their computer that would be able to transfer to the Grey Lady, and then you could broadcast Imperial comms later? Like, if it's a physical box or something.
Yeah, maybe you find some sort of minor upgrade that you could take onto the Grey Lady.
Yeah, that's possible. Pull out some kind of text box that I can install with our transponder.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the major thing, though, is I know that I can't take the comms fully offline. So I'm going to tell Jaster over the comm.
Oh, this slight problem, Captain. Sophistication level slightly higher than expected.
I see. So where does that leave us?
I cannot shut it down transponder to perform wipe, which means we will essentially be showing up to execute our stolen ship.
Well, has it been reported stolen? Did they send any kind of communications?
No, I blocked them before that, but it, possible that they put in work order or something before they come to look for us. I say 1,576 to 1 that they say something.
Well, why don't we try to cut those odds and you take a look and see if you can find out if they managed to send something out at all.
Well, I think the problem with it is I don't think I'd be too worried about them sending something out. I'd be more worried about what they did before they came to answer our SOS.
Right.
Well, check their logs.
I mean, it's up to Lloyd, because I already tried to get into that information once and I failed, so...
Oh, okay.
Well, this would be computer information as opposed to mechanical information, wouldn't it? Like you're not trying to edit anything, you're trying to read their logs and stuff, which I think is almost mundane, right?
Well, I wouldn't say it's mundane, because they're going to have, Imperial codes and stuff, and it's going to be the same thing that likely stopped me from getting into the transponder.
Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think you could try it, but it'll be...
More difficult?
More difficult, with some setbacks.
Okay.
Well, we could always interrogate one of the prisoners.
Yeah, that's an option. What would the difficulty on it be now?
It'll be 3 with 2 setbacks.
3 and 2, okay. I'm going to use a Destiny point. Yeah, here we go.
All right. Yeah, so the most recent thing that they had put out was we're going to investigate an injured ship or a damaged ship in orbit.
Yeah, so he'll be looking at it. Where did they send it to? Did they send it back to the university? Did they send it out to other Imperial ships?
To the university.
So Tuff will come back and he'll say,
Appears my feel correct. They sent transmission back to university after we send out SOS. They know ship come to investigate.
Sounds like we need to move quickly then.
yeah, I'll look at Jester and say,
What do you reckon is timetable?
I guess it's just depends on how jittery those people at the university are. Are they just going to assume something's wrong, or are they going to come looking for the ship? In any event, we probably should get a move on instead of standing here talking about it.
I mean, haven't you got their astromechs under control? Could they send some sort of update to them, and we not stop jamming their comms momentarily, and then, say this is going to take a while, but we'll be up here for a bit, and it will delay things, and then give us a bit more time.
Yes.
do we have anybody that's familiar with Imperial protocol? Because the question would be, how odd would it look for an astromech to send an update instead of a human?
Okay.
Well, like Jester said, we do have some prisoners we could talk to about it.
There's an idea. Why don't you guys go beat the shit out of those prisoners?
Some prisoners, 2 new grenades. I think we can work something out.
Dr. Pete would be backing up to the door that leads to the hole where the prisoners are, and he's bringing his hands up. He's like, "Whoa, guys, now be gentle."
Jester will grin as he draws one of his pistols. I promise I won't put a hand on him.
Remember, only need 1.
Maybe the doctor, you have knowledge of how people work. You could make it painful, but not crippling.
Yes, I have the technique. Just try not to blow any holes that are too big to patch, please.
All right, so you guys can go to the Cairo Bay where where Dr. Veed had put them into a crate, or I guess into 3 crates. Yeah. What's the situation?
Yeah, Dr. Veet would go and sit up at the mechanical arm controls, and he like and just pick this one crate up and kind of shake it around a little bit to rouse the individual, and then he'll like bring it over to wherever you guys are setting up for interrogation. I'm guessing you would have like a little bit of you'd have 3 of us there or something to make sure that it doesn't try to run or something. So I put him over in the corner and drop him down in the corner.
We'd want to prep it too, so it's like a dark room, light in their face, like get the interrogation set up. And I'll bring in the astromech droids and have their arc welders out, like fucking sparking, aiming at them when you rouse them.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so he'll wake up like, oh, my head, good.
Good morning. How you doing?
What do you want?
Oh, just a little favor. We need you to send another report in that everything's fine and you got some repairs to do.
But everything isn't fine.
Jaster will grin, showing the edges of his teeth. That may be true, but it can always get worse.
You see his eyes like dart down to his wrist, where he's got like a comm thing, like a wrist sort of, like a Pip Boy from Fallout, kind of, you know.
Jaster will fast draw his pistol and place it against the guy's forehead.
Oh, whoa!
Now, why don't you slow down there a tick? Do we have your cooperation?
If I lie, they'll kill me.
You're gonna be killed an awful lot quicker than that.
Well, you could always tag along and go your way.
But I have such a promising career ahead of me.
Trust me, friend. That promising future is no more.
Well, a couple of your shipmates didn't make it. Maybe you could use their details to send the report so it won't come back on you. What do you say about that?
He like gulps. They didn't make it?
Yeah, unfortunately they weren't very helpful. You know, give the guy a wink.
Monsters.
And as he says monsters, my little rodent self will like move forward, and I'll move right in front of one of the sparking droids, so all he sees is like the silhouette of a monstrous rodent from behind, and I'll make a little chittering noise. Oh god.
Look, why don't we keep this friendly? No need to be name calling.
You know they'll get you. There's no victory against the Empire. You know that. They'll get you.
Well,
We'll
I guess that would be for us to worry about, wouldn't it? We're talking about you and your chances of getting out of here. So what do you say?
Perhaps you require some motivation. People be bored, be bobo.
And I'll tell one of the astromechs to move forward and shock him with the arc welder.
Okay. And he's like crying. He's like, okay, if I do this, you'll let me go?
Once our business is concluded and you can't interfere, you'll be free to go your own way.
I have your word on that?
You have my word.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, I'll do it.
You hold him 1 minute. I go prepare.
Sure, I think he'll need a few minutes to kind of get his head together anyway.
Yeah, and at this point, like, I'll step forward out of the blindness that the effect was creating, and I'll go all good cop at this point and start tending to his wound.
Now there, it's going to be all right, lad.
and I'll patch up the burn.
Yeah, so he's kind of like sniffing. He's like, second in my class.
Yes. Yes, it's hard times all around these days, it seems. Now, lift your arm a little, yes, just like that. Yes, that's right. Now, this may sting a moment. Just stay calm.
From, like, the doorway, like, leaning against it, just holding my rifle there, and just, like, really quietly, just seconds the first loser. Just kick him while he's down.
Hey, maybe you got lucky. It was one of your shipmates, the top one. May have just got promoted.
And he just cries. He was my friend.
Now, relax.
Okay, so what did you want to do, Tef, to prepare?
I'm gonna go while all those guys are still with him, and I'm gonna go back over to the Lambda ship or whatever kind of shuttle it is.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna pull out the wire to the communicator and snip it so it's actually not live.
Okay.
And I'm gonna watch and see what message he tries to send when he thinks he's sending it live.
Okay.
And if he successfully sends a message that looks like he's not trying to betray us, then I'll redo it and let him send the proper message.
Could you record the first one and then just send it out as a recording? So he doesn't have to do it again and doesn't have to know.
Probably. There's a... Yeah, would I have to set something up special for that later, or could I use the ship's computer to do it?
Nah, I think you would have tech easily to record like a voice or whatever.
Yep. So I'll do that.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so you snip through the communicator, and you guys can bring him up to the cockpit. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, it has to be through the shuttle though, like not an external piece of equipment, because I want it to have like all the shuttle's codes.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll back away and just hold my hands up, and I'll let you guys prep him.
Well, I imagine this is your air expertise, so I'll leave the details to you. But basically, you reported that you found a ship in distress. You can say that you're having to do some repairs and that you'll be back in contact later. But make it look good.
Okay, and then
You're kind of in the same boat as we are.
Okay, but you'll let me go after, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, once we're in position to where we don't have to worry about you causing us problems. But yeah,
Okay.
we'll let you go.
Okay, I just want to go home. And then he goes over and he puts in a code or whatever, and he presses the button to record, and he says, Onderon Academy, this is, Deck Lieutenant Ordo. We have, and his voice is a little bit shaky, but he's trying to keep it under control. So we have encountered a damaged Corellian freighter. The damage is pretty significant. We're going to be here for at least a couple of hours. We'll report back after. Over.
Our Tuff will say,
No good. We won't be here. Make him do it again.
But I sent it. I thought that's what you want me to say.
and
No,
I'll hold up.
you did good, boy. You just have to change some of the specifics there. We need a little more time, don't you get it?
You said nothing.
And I'll hold up like the snipped wire, and I'll say,
Record again.
Okay. Onderon base. This is Lieutenant Ordo. We've encountered a damaged Corellian freighter in orbit. The repairs will take a long time. We're going to take them into outer orbit so that there's no more venting. And we'll report back to you once that's done. Over. He's like, there, is that okay?
and I'll turn and kneel down next to the doctor, and I'll say,
Doctor, perhaps you could give him something to make him relax.
Yes, I think I might have something.
And he'll kind of look down to his side where his inhaler is, and he'll kind of pet it, like you could do to something that you just really love, like what Jasper probably do to his pistols when no one's looking.
Everybody's looking.
Yeah, oh yeah, heavy petting. Is that your gun, or are you just happy to see me? Both. Yeah, and one other thing though, like as this is happening, like I'm gonna look up at his uniform. Now, does he have the stripes of a lieutenant?
He does.
Okay, because in his first, he used a different designation. I'll make sure he wasn't trying to lie to it. Lie. Okay, yeah. So I'll give him. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to give him my drugs. I'm going to prepare a stim application, which will give him like essentially an extra dice. So basically, I'm going to whip up a stim to calm him down.
Gotcha.
So I need to make a medicine check versus 2 difficulty to make it happen. And he'll receive 4 stress, but it'll make him, it basically does whatever characteristic I want by 1, so it should give him an advantage. So it should do what you're asking. And it's going to be 1 and 3. Okay. So I whip up something and I stick the applicator onto him and I say, no, this will only stick for a moment. And then as it does, it's like it just calms him. It would reduce his breathing rate to normal.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Onderon Academy. This is Lieutenant Ordo. We have encountered a Corellian freighter which is badly damaged above orbit. We are going to be initiating repairs. It'll take us quite a while. We're going to take it out of orbit so it stops some of the venting. We'll report back to you once it's done. Over and out.
And the good doctor would look up at you, Taff, and say, "Will that do?"
It'll do. Now get him out of here.
And then, like...
Oh, go ahead.
It's like in anticipation of his allies immediately trying to kill this individual, the doctor will like immediately say, "All right, boy, come out," and he'll start walking him off.
Jaster will step in front of you two and lay his fingers lightly on the boy's chest. He goes, "You did good, kid. Let me ask you something. You said second in your class. What was your specialty? What were you good at?"
Well, repairs, specifically engine repairs.
Well, we could use someone like you. What do you think about tagging along? Life of adventure.
You're criminals.
Well, technically, didn't you just submit a false report? Aren't you a criminal?
And his eyes are wide and he's like, "I did!"
You think about it, I'm a man of my word. We'll let you go when we can, but maybe there'd be a place for you here.
Okay, seeing what's going on here, like the doctor will say, "Yes, boy, here, take this. It'll make you feel better." And this time, I'm going to actually give him some of my drugs. I'm going to turn this motherfucker out. So yeah, I'll bring the inhaler up to his face and make him take a big whiff of this blue shit.
He pushes it away. He's like, "No, narcotics are not allowed. I'll be kicked from my class."
Oh, you're in a new class now, lad. and I'll like push it on him. Like I'm like hopping up, like I'm like clawing my way up to his face because he's taller than me by like 2 feet.
Top will get like a disgusted look on his face. He's like,
Oh, doctor, isn't that booster blue? Is what they used to paint starships with.
and he'd like turn and give you this like wild-eyed look, like nah. Like,
No, this is my own special concoction. It isn't that booster blue shite. That's for babies.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take the drugs, and he'll keep trying to push them back. He's like, "Look, okay, I did what you asked. I don't want to take the drugs, okay? Please."
Fine, but think about what I said.
I will.
I'll take him back with the others for now.
Yeah, and as like the scene disperses and people like walk off their own ways, like Dr. Feet's just sort of standing there looking down at his booster blue applicator, and he kind of just shrugs and says, "More for me." Like, fuck it.
All right, so let's take a quick break there, guys.
Sounds good.
Fantastic.
Mm.
Man, this game writes itself. It's crazy.
It's a good crew you've got here.
It's great. I love the fact that this NPC who didn't exist before the system started has become like a potential crew member. You know?
Yeah. He has had his moment. 15 minutes of fame.
Yep.
It's
Poor
gonna be.
guy.
It would be quite a cool NPC, like
Yeah.
second in his class, Imperial engineer turned criminal through not even his own choice.
Yep. Yeah,
I'm
you
just-
guys could probably guilt him like, "Oh, they'll never take you back now. You know, you've been tainted," and he'd be like, "Oh no."
I'm just trying to read through rules and get a bearing on things in the background.
Yeah, yeah, it'll come to you. Like I found it very overwhelming when I started, and then I played in a couple games, and then it just kind of clicked. Once you play a couple, you know, you'll understand how the symbols work, and yeah.
I've played plenty of sessions of different games before for the first time. It's just I'm just trying to figure out getting a character together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I guess another time I can definitely like get in a hangout with you and make one with you. Be no hassle.
I think I pretty much got one finished, but it'd be nice to have someone look over it. I can always make another one anyway. I'm just currently looking up the average lifespan of a Trandoshan because I can't find it anywhere. If you're going to ask for the age, I want to put an accurate one in, but none of these wikis and stuff seem to go to that detail.
I would probably say long-lived since they're reptilian.
You'd think sometimes sci-fi things go, these scaly things usually they either have very, very short lifespans or very long lifespans. I don't know. I'll just put like adolescent. Sort of the equivalent of like mid-20s.
Yeah.
You find that's one thing I'm interested in. I don't know if I'm making a Trandoshan, and I have no idea. Like I know they're brutal things, but I didn't want to go full-on combat, which might have scuppered myself already. But I'm curious. Like, obviously, it is a setting dominated by lasers. How effective is melee combat? Have you found?
It's actually extremely effective. Because a lot of the time the enemies won't be good at it, you know. So like if you can close with them, you'll wreck them, you know. And the melee weapons have an extremely low crit range, so like you'll get criticals very often. A lot of them have like piercing damage and stuff like that. So if you can get in there and mix it up, it's quite effective.
Well, like for instance, the Trandoshans come with claws with a crit rating of 3. What does that mean? Is that good?
Yeah, so that means you need when you hit, you need 3 of the advantage symbols, which is like the thing with the dot in the middle.
Right.
3 of those for a crit. So like, for example, like a normal pistol might have a crit rating of 5. You know.
Okay.
So it's pretty good.
So disemboweling with the Trandoshan's claws is actually quite good.
Mm-hmm.
And I already looked up the difference between brawl and melee. Brawl being close combat with no weapons, and melee being close combat with weapons. Because I was like, The defense section, where does that derive from?
Generally from armor or from specializations that you take. So,
Okay.
I found a thing that says that like middle age for Trandoshan is around 54 standard years.
Okay.
Sweet.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Basically, they are slightly longer in lifespan than the average Setnians. So,
Okay.
younglings, they're considered younglings until 12, and young adults at 16, and then, like I said, 55 is middle age.
Okay. Cool stuff.
Yeah, defense is really good, but it's hard to get. Generally, some of the better armors have it, or you'll get it from specializations, like special abilities and stuff. Some weapons, melee weapons, have it as well.
Sure. The character you gave me has a defense for ranged and melee, presumably from an armor piece or something.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Soak 3. I noticed the Quarian isn't in the core rulebook. Is he in this?
I don't know. He is in.
Do you have the character generator by any chance?
Yeah, that's what I use.
I see I got a link sitting here from some forum talking about character generator.
Yeah, it's called Dude. OGG Dude.
Yes, him. Yes,
Yeah.
I have that open. I didn't download it, but
So the Quarren are in Fly Casual,
right.
which is a source book for smugglers, I think.
I have Age of Empire Core, and I have is it Age of Reckoning or something? AOR.
Age of Rebellion.
Age of Rebellion beta book here.
Mm-hmm.
And there are many other source books.
Oh yeah, there's tons. Yeah, that's a huge
Okay.
amount. Okay, are we all back?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. All right, so you guys have taken control of the Lambda shuttle that the guys were flying. You have little Ordo in the back in a crate again, I guess, along with some of his companions.
For conditioning.
Yeah, and you cleaned up the various bloodstains or whatever around the ship. What now is the plan?
Well, for one, we make sure to gather up all the uniforms and stuff that we can.
Yeah, we need to make sure all the uniforms things are clean as well.
I don't know
Good
for the
function.
bodies if we should just space them or just hide them in the cargo for now.
So what if we? We're all going to try to get onto the ship, right? And we're trying to go into the ruse that there's, but we don't want to look non-human at the same time, right? So Dr. Veet would kind of look around. He's scratching his head, taking stock of things that we have, and he'll kind of come up to Taff and he'll say,
Oh there, Taff. Seems I might be a little conspicuous. What if we gutted one of those droids and stuffed myself in there?
looking over at one of the two that we just picked up from these other people's. I mean, this is a droid repair place after all, right?
Yeah, I could do that. And I'll point at one of the droids and stop. You over here now!
Awesome! It answered.
And I'll pop the lid off of it and start like gutting it. The only thing I want to leave intact is the actual like motor servos.
Yep. So the droid screams in agony as you begin to tear its insides.
God, shut up! It's not so bad.
And yeah, it's no problem. You can pull out everything, and you can leave the basic motor controls in there, so you can move around.
Awesome.
It's cramped, but you can fit in. You're small. You're very small.
Awesome. Rodent in a like this is like the real Star Wars, guys.
Yeah. What can I do? I can't really hide the tentacles on my face.
No, I mean you could pretend to be security. I don't know.
Yeah, am I like would
Just to be a prisoner.
but a maintenance crew would have taken a prisoner. Like,
Oh,
would they have had bounty hunter like type security maybe, or do I have to find like a security outfit like uniform or which we don't have on this ship?
Like Quarrens are one of the races that species that sided with the Empire. So like on the planet that they're from, also the Mon Calamari are there, and the Quarren sided with
Yeah,
the Empire. So it's to some extent it's better to be a Quarren than to be other kinds of aliens.
So sure. So, but not. They don't really accept them into uniform. So maybe if I just go as I am, I wouldn't get that much looked at.
You could be like the janitor or something on the ship.
You could disguise your weapon as a cleaning instrument.
I was going to say, I just turned to Tef and like, could you give it some sort of tube, and like a mop on one end, and then I can just flip up from this broom and.
Oh my god!
Could I like, you know how people make those like really ghetto silencers? Could I like take a big tube and just mount it over it, and like put some crap on the back so it's hard to tell what it is?
Yeah, I think that's definitely doable. You can give me like a mechanics check, and the more successes you have, the harder it'll be to spot.
All right, what difficulty do you want?
Let's just call it 2.
Okay.
You guys can also like hide some weapons in the droid with me.
Oh yeah, so I think it's gonna be real hard to spot. Apart from the fact
good idea.
I guess the threat, like that, maybe the wooden end sticks out a little bit, the butt.
Okay. I'll just try and keep it, I don't know, tucked in my arm or something. I don't.
So as Tuff sees everyone putting on their disguises, he's going to hold up his finger and say,
I am just going to go as Academy Professor.
Yes. Well, you can talk the talk, Tef. That's for sure.
Just don't talk too much, Tef. You do tend to go on.
Yeah, actually, worst thing about me is face. The boy, you're not trustworthy.
Now, is your race well known for like technical skill?
Yes, absolutely.
technical
Okay, so-
skill, business
That makes sense.
acumen, and shady
Treachery.
like backstabbing.
Cool. I feel like there's like a montage going right now.
Yeah, everyone's getting cleaned up and like putting on their uniforms and maybe shaving if you have a beard or whatever, to try and fit in, get a haircut.
I pluck a couple ear feathers.
Is there anything we want to take in on the droid that might be useful? In terms of hacking equipment or something?
Maybe some comm links or something. So once we're on board the ship, we can communicate if we split up.
My main pistols.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like Dr. Veet would be in there and like you guys would be handing them in things and he'd be like putting them in strategic places so that he could get to them easy and hand them out. As like he'd be like going through the like he'd hit the button and the top of the thing would pop open. And he'd try that a few times, make sure you could get the timing right on it, and yeah.
I will point at Rand's gun and say,
Go in, droid.
Yeah, if this thing will fit in there, and I'll motion to the droid and I'll say, do be careful, these grenades are alive. I would hate for them to explode in that droid.
And as I position your ordnance between my legs, I just kind of look up at you with this sort of like furious and slightly afraid look on my face.
I'll just give you like a shitty, overly confident smile.
Okay, I have fixed up now.
and I'll take the dome and just like start banging it on that gun, on the grenade launcher.
What did?
After like a
You see my little furry hands like scratching against like, no, man, no, let me move it. Secretly of the Federation. Oh, Jesus. A little bit of like gas like wafts up out of the truck. Like, no! Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's right, there wasn't a gas grenade. Anyhow.
Alright, give me a mechanics check to attach the droid and make it look legit.
Okay. What's the difficulty on this?
I'm going to use a dark siding so a grenade blows up. Difficulty is just going to be 2.
Right now, I
One purple,
believe.
one red.
Let me double check here. With Deft Maker. Oh, it's to remove setback. Sorry. Sorry, what did you say the difficulty was? 3?
No, 1 purple, 1 red.
1 purple, 1 red. Okay.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Bam.
Nice.
Yep, it looks like it was never even removed. You just got to practice your whistles and beeps.
Can we say with those 2 advantages that I have it rigged up down there so he can like squeeze or move a pedal or something and make the droid move forward?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, do you want to give him some sort of voice box, droid voice box, so he doesn't have to like whistle and beep himself?
I am a rodent, and I do have a little bit of deception, but it's only a little bit.
If you don't speak binary, it might be kind of difficult. At least if you're just whistling incoherently, like they might just think it's malfunctioning instead of you going, "Oh yes, whip, 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 whip."
Can I could like program it to just like intermittently beep, like every now and then make a random beep.
Yep, that sounds good. Random binary beep.
All right, cool. So we got
You
4
could say
little
it's
drives.
you use it for demonstration purposes for your students.
Yes, good idea.
Yeah, no problem. All right, you
Yeah,
guys look like you're ready to go.
Yeah, let's do it.
And that's
Right.
what we're going after, that ship that's on your overlay?
That's the one. Yeah, it's
Oh.
19 kilometers long.
We're trying to extract a droid from this, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
We just spent 2 hours doing our plan to get there. Now we're going to die in 5 minutes. All right, let's do it.
Okay, so you guys just need to make an easy astrogation to get to Kashyyyk.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I'll be in the pilot seat and
What's that again?
Well, if we still have to travel, maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to put him in the bot already.
It's just 1 purple, Nick.
Yeah, we were like suiting up, making sure everything was working, making sure everything was in position. And 1 purple. Oh wow, that's just like advantages and.
It's a lot of advantages, but I mean, I do know how to.
Whilst attempting to navigate, I was working on my beeps and boops.
I think because obviously it's not a success, but it's so many advantages. I think maybe you before putting in the coordinates, you are like checking through the computer and you see the normal approach vector for ships coming into space in relation to Star Destroyers or whatever. You know, so you see like the normal protocol.
Okay.
So that'll give you a boost,
Okay.
and you can try again if you like.
All right. Yeah, those kind of roles that have to succeed for the story to go on. They just keep
The other ones you're going nowhere. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So you put in the coordinates towards Kashyyyk, and you guys begin the transit through hyperspace. Any last preparations before you exit into real space again?
Well, we split up with the other ship, right? That did happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think that's it. I think that's everything, right, guys?
yeah, I think so.
The dudes who you have as prisoners, are they on this ship or are they on the other ship that you left behind?
I'd say our ship.
Okay.
We would have moved them onto the ship we're on.
Yeah.
We're going in on their shuttle and leaving them on our ship that we left.
Okay.
Grey Lady.
There you go. All right, yeah, they're in crates. It's not
Yep.
like anything could happen. Can we like break up some booby traps that if they like get out, they get blown up or some shit?
You could have, yeah.
Well, we could just like seal the door too, so that it wouldn't open if they get out of the crates.
Yeah. There you go.
But yeah, we can.
Just
Or I
have
could-
it like open.
I could just shoot them all in the head. No, you know.
Nothing will happen, yeah.
No,
Then we can be really, really sure.
no, I'm cool. I'm cool with just leaving them in the crates. That's good.
Dang it.
Don't trouble yourself.
All right, sweet. So it's a couple of hours later that you appear and you see this monolithic ship. Now next to it are 2 other Star Destroyers, kind of flanking it with I mean, dozens of lesser sort of ancillary craft going back and forth all over the place and down to the planet of Kashyyyk.
Jasper let out a low whistle
Galaxy.
as it comes into sight.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Dr. Veet's eyes would go. I mean, like, he knew what he signed up for, but he didn't really know until he saw the ship what he had signed up for. His eyes go big as you whistle, Jester.
If Aquarian can whistle, I probably would whistle at this point.
Yeah, I don't think any of you would have seen a ship of this scale before. I don't think it's not a common sight.
The bridge just bursts into a chorus of whistles.
Apparently.
Rand's eyes would be huge as this ship comes into view, and he would just kind of look over to Dr. Veet and the droid and say, "Just think of the credits, man. Just think of the credits."
Without turning his gaze from the sight, he'll reach out and lightly tap Taft's shoulder with the back of his fingers and goes, "We need to get one of those."
Yeah.
All right.
Jester lets out a laugh.
So you're hailed pretty much
Not Jester, Mr. Veet, sorry.
as you enter. Is your approach vector going to be towards the Executor?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
using those flight plans that I found earlier.
Right. Yep. So you're hailed. Lambda class shuttle 437B43 Academy 4. Send transponder codes and maintain course.
Yep, sending him over.
Yep. There's a sort of a tense pause. That goes on a little bit too long.
Oh, no. All that threat from earlier.
Jaster will lean down and say, "Now, if they have some questions, we stick to our story. We had to do some repairs."
Wait,
And,
what is our story? I didn't even think of a story.
Everybody calm down, calm down.
It's the one we had the kids send about that we found a ship and had to do some repairs.
Remember, you're going to be in the droid. You don't really need to be telling the story.
Oh, and at that, Dr. Fisk looks at you with relief on his face. He says, "Oh yeah," and he goes and hops up and gets into the droid. and as he pulls down the lid, he looks out at you guys one last time and just lets out a sigh, just a.
And then you are cleared to land in hangar 4B2. Continue your current course.
And I'll come back. Sounds good. We'll see you guys shortly.
Yeah, from the other end, you see him and he's like, "That's very familiar." But nonetheless, yeah, you guys can maintain your course and head towards hangar 4B2, which is one of dozens of hangars, huge hangars on this city-sized ship.
I like the idea that he just turns off the comms, leads back as bloody students.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking how that would kind of play into any kind of little snafus like that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Absolutely. So yeah, you guys continue and just go ahead. Nick.
Oh man, I think it's hilarious because we're students and then this hardened gunslinger just steps off, obvious the keen eye of a gunfighter,
Yeah. Yeah. So you kind of move through, and you can see it's like a carefully orchestrated sort of ballet. As you move, you by just a couple of seconds, you miss a ship that's right in front of you, and it's all just perfectly orchestrated, down to the second. Ships moving back and forth or whatever, and as you fly into the hangar itself, you can see that there's a space carefully marked with enough space for your shuttle to land. The hangar is enormous, and there are all kinds of ships in here. You even see a ship that has a hangar in it in this hangar. That's how big it is. So this is freaking colossal, enormous. And yeah, you're able to land.
Excellent. Yep, I would stand up. Rand would stand up from the pilot's seat and head towards the doors and just kind of be ready and waiting. Sweat on his brow, definitely.
So you got this, Tef? You're our professor. showing some of your students around.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, I'll straighten up and like start popping my collar and adjusting like my bishop headgear.
Yeah, Jast will stand in front of him, kind of brush his shoulders off, and give him a thumbs up.
All right, so go ahead.
As the door is like just about to open, like Roomba style, like me and my little droid like bumps into like 5 different walls before I straighten myself out towards the door.
So the ramp comes down, the door comes up, and at the bottom there's a stormtrooper standing there with another gentleman who's in like a deck officer sort of get up, and he's got like a data pad in his hand, and he's looking at it, and then looks up to you. Well, what is your purpose here?
And the failed bluff roll is.
I have this like little reed in my hand I picked up off the ship, and I come over and like smack Jaster on the back, and then smack him on the lower of the back and say,
Oh, cadet! You stand at attention when you speak to him.
And Jaster will immediately snap to attention.
There's like an almost imperceptible grin on this sadistic officer's face when he sees that.
You hear that, Ned? Present yourself!
and I'll just snap it and crack it on the ground.
So yeah, Jaster will step forward and he'll give the name and rank that the kid used when he called in
Yes.
to the university, since he knows the name and everything.
Mm-hmm. And then we would have second lieutenant, and we would have, yes, and he's just like looking through all of you. Mm-hmm. There's no Quarren on the manifest.
I sweep the floors slightly. Just minding my own business. Quarian whistling away.
Rand would cough and just say, and he does a terrible job at it too. It's filthy in there.
Tef will stand up straight and he'll say,
Oh, forgive me. He from university too. A janitor thinks he's skilled enough to become officer. We bring him up as joke.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm gonna beep.
He gets the imperceptible grin becomes perceptible. He actually grins a little bit. Indeed. Interesting. Well, you are Professor...
Professor Tanaka Montalban.
You can spend a destiny point to have that be a real professor.
yeah, let's do that.
You extend, yes, Professor Tanaka, of course. I assume this is a tour.
I love the idea that he looks at the idea for this professor, and it's obviously a different Nemodian, but he's so racist, he's like racist blind, and he just takes it for granted.
Yep. Like, they all look the same to me. I don't know.
Oh, that's great. I love it.
Tef will say,
Routine a tour. Cadets think they have what it takes to be Imperial. I'm here to show them not as easy as what they think.
Too right, my friend. Too right, indeed. Well, this all seems to be in order. He's just like looking from the data pad in his hand to you, and he like looks down again. He looks to looks at each one of you, and checks the data pad each time. Like when you're in the airport and someone is like doing your passport, they keep looking down at the passport and up at you again, and it goes on forever. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And he's like ticking boxes. Uh-huh. Yes. Okay. Well, and then he puts the data pad away, he checks out a second data pad, and he's like, alrighty. Uh-huh. Yep. This looks fine. Yep. And it's just like bureaucracy gone insane. It takes him so long to process everything. Very good. Well, you are scheduled, you've been allotted 4 hours of time aboard the Executor. Obviously, you know the route. Stay out of regions you're not... what's the word I'm looking for? You're not authorized to be in. Yep. And yes, very good. Have a pleasant time, Professor.
Thank you. Your service to the Empire is admirable as always.
and he'll like do a little bow.
Yeah, and he'll kind of snap his heels together and move off with the stormtrooper behind him. leaving you in the hangar.
So I like shadily look in both directions and say beneath my breath,
We need to get somewhere private. Now.
Jaster will reach his left arm over to rub at the back of his right shoulder as he looks at you and says, "Yes, we do."
and I think to myself, I've been a mechanic before on a couple ships. Where would I likely think the maintenance shaft down into like the Jeffrey tube type of situation is? Like, where can I go into the underbelly, the bowels of the ship?
Right. So, from this hangar, if you can imagine, like, if you just come in, like straight ahead of you, is where there's like the hangar controlled area, or whatever, and there's two big doors either side of that, and then left and right there's like all these kind of sloped areas with TIE fighters ready to go. You would think that you could probably go under where the TIE fighters are to get into like some of the bowels of the ship, or you could just try and go through behind where the control is into like the ship itself.
Which looks like it has less active eyes.
Well, it wouldn't be unusual for you to go, like, that's the way most people would go, it's like out through the hangar, through the doors. Like, going through the TIE fighters would probably look a bit shady if someone was to see you.
Unless he's giving a lesson on TIE fighters while we're over there.
That's very good.
So, yeah, we'll go for the TIE fighters.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
As we're going over.
TIE fighters.
I have like Ran. I'm like pushing him in the back, like I have that reads like a cane, and I'm just pushing him forward towards the TIE fighters, and I go,
Oh, and do you think an X-Wing is maneuverable? Have you ever seen a TIE fighter?
and I'm like pointing at him with my reed.
I'll just be shrugging like pretty like quickly, just like, oh, I have no idea. This is incredible. Tell me more, Professor.
And he'll like dive around and like smack it on the ground and say,
Sometimes TIE fighters are so desirable, they will take wings in Z-95 and make whole new ship. Even brigands and pirates know this, cadet.
and he'll throw the thing down, like zap it over his leg.
He'll say, if you want to make it as officer, you will learn about the ships of the Empire.
At this point, Jaster doesn't think that Tuff is actually play acting.
Yeah, we cut away to like the dudes in the bridge, and they're like looking down this gaunt-faced older gentleman. He's like looking out over the thing, and you can see the Modian just like slapping a cane like mercilessly against his students, and he just kind of nods like, that's correct.
I like the idea. Like he's watching that, and then he takes one moment to look elsewhere, and then you just see following like a minute behind is just me just sweeping the floor really quickly.
I'm behind our wing.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
The professor's personal janitor.
Yeah. I should be in front of him sweeping the way so it's clean as he goes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so, yeah, Tuff will continue being, like, really, really over-animated, like, yelling and throwing his hands. And I'll slowly, like, try to lead us down towards that access hatch or tunnel or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically behind they're, like, almost on, like, an escalator or something, and you can, like, go in behind it to access the controls or whatever. So you guys can do that. I'm going to make a perception check for this dude. I'm going to give him some setbacks because he saw you guys acting normally.
As shifty as I look, probably.
Excellent. So he doesn't see you at all. He's in fact dealing with a bit of a domestic situation up here where one of his officers has used non-code language to report something to him. And he's like, listen to me, young man. You know, so he's like having a little issue up there. So you guys are able to slip into this access hatch behind, and yeah, it's a stark sort of white and black, a lot of grey, and you can see like behind here there's controls to like release the TIE fighters or whatever if they get stuck emergency-wise or something like that.
All right, and do I see any personnel like out in this hallway?
No.
All right, so I'll say quickly, quickly, and start picking up my pace down this hall.
I don't suppose there's like an emergency lever to like space the hangar, right?
Not here, certainly not.
That would be awesome, though. Keep that in mind for later.
Yeah, those kind of controls would be, you know, either on the main bridge or in the control for the whole hangar.
Now,
in one of those two places.
In Tuff's mind, like a Star Destroyer, a Super Star Destroyer is just a set of closed circuits. So he wants to get on a circuit that is like shared somehow, maybe transitively between these different other circuits, like say garbage disposal.
Right.
So I'm gonna look for the computer that manages our garbage disposal and maintenance.
Okay, so you can find a terminal, and you would like to have a look in there and try and find the garbage control, whatever layout. Is that the idea?
Yep, and I'm gonna see if it connects to the detention center.
Okay.
All right. And while he's doing that, Dr. Veet's gonna pop open the can and look around and see if people are ready for their weapons.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do we actually come across like a maintenance area where we might be able to find like some coveralls or uniform of some sort?
So this is actually more of like a maintenance hatch than an actual hallway.
Okay. Yeah,
it's like, yeah.
How the fuck did I get down a hatch?
Some droids have like little jet boost rockets on their feet and stuff, so they can navigate in space. Because you are an astromech droid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can give me a difficulty 3 computers. I'm going to use dark side points to make it 2 purple, 1 red.
Right. I'll use light side point to upgrade my pool as well.
Look at all those dark side points you guys.
Saving them for the time on the
Yeah,
ship.
we're gonna get
Oh, whoa. Holy shit.
How do you, man, those kind of rolls are just...
It's just insane. Okay, so
What's
you succeed.
that?
So
what's
that's a
that?
triumph and a despair, which is the opposite of a triumph.
Oh,
Yeah, the
no.
best thing you can get is a triumph, and then the worst thing you can get is a despair. So to get them both at the same time is...
Now to play devil's advocate, let me suggest like a complete package.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I find the detention center and I'm able to even get in and see that the droid is there. However, I trip security, so now they know there's invaders on the ship.
That sounds perfect to me.
That's fucked up.
You get like a full layout of the ship, and you can see that so you're currently high at 4B. You'd have to go down corridor 4B for about 3 miles, then take the super elevator 432B up to the 93rd floor to the detention superstructure. The superstructure is kind of like a panopticon, so there's like a thing in the center where the guards would be, and cells all around, which they can rotate them. There's only one little bridge that goes out to a cell, and they would move the detention center around it. So you see all of that. You see how you could get there. You can see that there's an alternate route if you want to go through the garbage. It'll take you significantly longer. There won't be like an elevator, but it's possible.
Tuff will shake his head as he's like giving the options and say,
We can go through garbage chute. Safer. Take longer time. However, I think someone knows we are in system. Best to go direct route.
And as you say that, like I pop out and start giving people back their guns.
Yeah. Jaster, as he's taking his gun belt, will turn to Tef. Is there any way real quick that maybe you could plant a false trail? Maybe try to pin it on someone else to slow them down on tracking us down?
And I would think, like, what would be the biggest waste of time? You know what? What if I try to trigger some sensors down in the garbage disposal unit to make them think that's the way we're going?
That's a good idea. Yeah.
So what would that be? Computers?
Yeah, it would be computers. I think they've become aware of you. So there's probably somebody at the other end trying to get you out of the system. So I'm going to up the difficulty by 1, so it'll be 3 difficulty, and I'm going to use a... No, sorry, it'll be 4 difficulty, and I'm going to use a dark side point, so it'll be 3 and a red.
Okay, I better use another light side point.
Yeah. So hold on a second. Actually, I think I can do something to help you here. I can whip up a concoction real quick. It's not my drugs. It's something else that will give you engage value increases 1 characteristic by 1 for the remainder of this encounter. But you take 4 stress though.
Tef will nod his head, say, "Do it."
All right. Let me whip that up real quick.
Yeah, so you grab the stim pack and just...
It's the roll is here, so that's a triumph as well.
Okay. I'm going to say the triumph means you take 1 stress rather than 4.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. So he whips up this little concoction really quick. He pulls a number of vials off, and he's looking down. He's like, no, not speed. No, smarts. And he grabs the right vial for that, and he knocks that in and hits you with it.
Yeah. So when you stab me,
What is wrong with you? That the strongest you have?
and
It was. I got a triumph, you son of a bitch. You better like that shit.
Oh, wow, nice. Holy shit. Amazing, yeah. So you managed to program in a sort of a blip that's moving at a what looks to be a walking or running pace through the garbage route.
Yeah.
he'll say,
Oh, good idea, Doc. Time to go.
Nice. Okay, so you guys move through the area you're in, and you want to go the most direct route, right, which would be through the super corridor.
"Yes, sir."
Okay, so you come out, maybe 5 or so minutes later, you come out into this huge, almost like a highway within this ship. It's one of the many super corridors that runs the length of the ship. And you can see there's people driving vehicles and stuff all along it, and a whole bit troops of stormtroopers marching through back and forth. It's just perfectly regimented, but no one seems to look in your direction as you begin your walk. Now, the walk is 3 miles before you get to the correct elevator.
How do we say?
Is that like a travelator thing?
3 miles.
At airports, one of those horizontal conveyor belts you can just stand on and it takes you.
So most people who are going along are either doing marches to keep them fit, or they're using a vehicle.
Could we use a destiny point to say one of these speeders are laying there unattended while
Yes.
2 guys talk and pointed a pad off to the side of it?
Yep, definitely.
All right.
Tef will nod over at it and say,
Time to make boom.
Yeah, Rain will hop into the pilot seat there, or the driver's seat.
All right, so you guys jump into the speeder. The guys are still just no, what you to do? All right, listen to me. You gotta. So she's trying to do stormtroopers, and he's like, no, you gotta press this button first, otherwise. And then it's just give me your piloting check. There's difficulty 1. It's not complicated.
Okay. So,
Unless you want to punch it.
yeah, I am gonna punch it probably.
Okay, so then I think it's slightly more.
They always punch it.
Yeah, people can't help themselves. Where's punch at? I wonder.
Drama rules all, man.
Yeah, let's just call it 3.
Cool. Oh, god damn it.
So you fucking smash up the thing to go, and it goes.
Guys, it looks like we're in some shit here.
Stormtroopers turn around. They're like, "Hey, what are you doing there?"
I'm gonna fling my little rat self at them.
What?
You have guns and you're in a droid, but okay.
No, I got out of the droid a long time ago.
Oh, did you? I thought you were still in the droid.
Well, they have their guns out, so if they have their guns out, I don't see a reason to be in a droid. But I mean, I could be in a droid. I could pop out of the droid like
It's a
a
little
snake
easier
in a
to
can.
kill a gun than a small rat creature, but I mean, it's up to you.
Well, I mean, it was I had a plan, but you guys can totally shoot him, and I can jump back on if my plan fails, which it inevitably will. But if it works, it'd be cool.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
I like the idea that this is you were still in the droid and you just pop out like some sort of party popper.
Like a snake,
one
snake in
shot.
a
I'm just
can.
picturing
Snake in the can.
the
Surprise.
scene on Austin Powers with Mini-Me, where he
Yeah.
like pops out and attacks Austin Powers.
So basically, it's pressure point. So I have to brawl this motherfucker, and if I if I hit, so I only have one green die apparently. So I think I have to hit first. Let me read it to you. When making a brawl check against an opponent, instead of dealing damage, you may deal equivalent strain plus additional strain equal to ranks in medicine. But that means I still have to hit him, right? I'm guessing.
You have to hit him, yeah.
All right, yeah. So this is probably going to fail utterly, but we're going to try it anyhow.
Right.
What is the DC
I
against?
think it's 2 for melee attacks.
Oh Jesus!
What counts as an encounter?
I'm going to use
Uh,
my stim to up that.
Generally, it's when you roll initiative until the end of that would be an encounter.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'll get all pumped up on my blue. That would make sense before he jumps out and tries to do something ridiculous. All right. Let's see. Uh-oh, I failed. Okay, yeah. So yeah, this rat just pops out and he's scratching, just trying to scratch at this helmet. Blue just froth coming out of his mouth as he flies through the air.
Yeah, he like gets his blaster and just like butts you in the face, and you go down to the ground. He's like, "What is the meaning of this?"
Jaster will like lean forward and whisper to Tef, "Professor, perhaps you can deal with this."
Tuff will scratch the back of his head and say, "Oh, fuck me."
And then he'll kind of just lift his arm a bit to reveal his pistol, but only to the professor or to Tef, and say, "Well, it's either you or me."
I'll jump. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? This isn't gonna end well. I'm just gonna look at you with the gun and say, "It's time to start the shoot."
Okay, so I'm gonna start to shoot.
Shit. I'm sorry.
Do we not want to do this quietly? Can we not try and knock him out without blaster bolts?
Oh, I think we're past
That's
that.
what I was doing.
Well, let me ask. You said that we drew the attention of the stormtroopers. At this point, is there anybody else?
No, at the moment it's the 2 stormtroopers, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Everyone else is like doing their own shit. They're like flying past on speeders or whatever, you know.
How loud and obvious is a
So,
Extremely loud and very obvious.
blaster?
okay,
It
so
goes,
Jaster will leave his main pistols on the thing as he
Wait a
runs over, and he'll grab the doctor. Almost like you would grab someone, like a sack of potatoes with one hand at his top and at the middle, and like pull him off. Apologies, sir. Apologies. He's not well trained yet.
I screech like a wild animal and like thrash it there with all 4 paws.
"What is this? Do you have Form 34-8B for wild animals?"
Hey Dan, remember Andrew did fashion you a makeshift silencer. That was part of its function.
Yeah. I haven't read.
sorry, what-
The broom just blows apart.
Yeah. Yola curls back as well.
Form 34-2B for wild animals.
Gee, I'm sorry. No one said that we needed a form. Where can I take him then? He's not worth the paperwork.
Looks you over and he's like, "This is totally unacceptable. You'll need to go to processing."
Of course, right away. Can you tell me where it's at?
And he looks at the other guy and he's like, "Greenhorns, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I know." And he says, "You need to go to the 74th floor."
74th. Okay, well, right away. I'm really sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
"What's your name and number?"
I'll give him I don't recall off the top of my head, but the designation of the guy that he used when he called in.
All right. I'm going to keep an eye on you, Ordo.
Yes, please, if you could just do me a favor and he'll glance back over his shoulder at Tef. I've already messed up once. If he gets a bad report on me, I'm out of here. Can you just kind of keep this between us?
Why would I do you a favor?
He'll lean forward and said, "Well, look at him. He's not like us."
The stormtrooper kind of leans, and you hear like a Nemodians.
He uses his position to berate me. He even beats me.
I'll like lean over my shoulder and look and give him like a toothy smile as I nod at him. Yeah.
The stormtrooper punches you in the arm and he says, "All right, just don't mess up again."
I promise I won't, and I'll owe you one. And then I'll quickly drag the doctor back to the vehicle.
Ack just slowly lowers the broom.
The stormtroopers have no idea how close they were to death from that broom.
They don't care that we just like jumped in this and are taking it.
Well, these ones don't know.
Apparently not. That's awesome.
Oh, well, shit. That's what I was afraid about.
Like, so as soon as
They're a bit distracted by the fact that a little animal attacked them, and they're just like, "Fuck this! Don't do that."
I just turn around and say,
Well, I guess you just fire it back up and go.
you guys just made some lemonade from some lemons right there, man. That's good. Yeah, like as soon as like that I'm not in sight, like I keep up the little like the rabbit animal act until we turn around and I look over at you, Jasper, and like underneath my breath and say, "Sorry about that. I thought I had that handled."
Jasper will just give him a tap on the shoulder. No problem. I'm sorry to you. It's no offense meant. I was just playing along.
No. You did right. I blew it.
And he'll kind of hang his head a little bit.
Give us a little bit of warning next time.
His big like dilated to the max.
Yeah,
sad eyes are looking all
you
big
wanna-
and beautiful.
Slow down on your special formula there until we're out of here.
Well, whatever do you mean?
And he'll kind of like turn and look to you, and there's like this blue froth around his mouth. Like you can see like little bubbles individually popping as he speaks.
Jasper will just slowly turn forward.
Alright, so you guys continue down this super corridor. And yeah, maybe 2 or 3 minutes will go by. A little bit longer, actually, more like 10 minutes before you come to super elevator 43B. And you can see it's pretty enormous. You can get a speeder in there if you wanted to. And there's a couple of a squad of stormtroopers standing there, and also like some sort of official-looking officer of some kind. He's like standing separate, and he's like looking at the datapad. The stormtroopers are kind of standing around, acting idle or whatever. Just like, well, what about that target practice we did today? Huh? That was pretty cool. So they're all standing around waiting for the lift.
I'll lean over to Rain and I'll say,
You fly casual.
I'll look at him and just kind of like lean my head, like kind of point with my head towards the group of stormtroopers and like just kind of insinuate that I'm not planning on slowing down and see what he says.
yeah, he'll slowly start nodding his head, say,
Do not forget vehicle have horn too.
Yeah, and I don't think I would slow down very much. Probably just enough to get into the elevator there if it's coming up. But yeah, I'd lay on the horn when we got close.
Okay, yeah, so you guys are approaching, and then the lift kind of bing, and you can hear like dun, 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 from inside the elevator. And the stormtroopers go to get on. There's just like beep, 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 as you like speed past in the speed.
How is this stealthful?
Sorry, I got to get a form something for this creature that they sent me. I'm sorry. Apologies.
Teffel's
I
shout,
like
the driver.
I gnash viciously.
Yes, you guys go into the lift. You skid to a halt, and the doors begin to close. The stormtrooper's like, what's going on? What? And the official guy like looks up, and he's like, huh? What? And he begins to step towards the lift. Do you want to try and do anything to close the doors sooner?
Yeah. What shooting it help?
Watch out, quarantine. He's rabid. He's infected.
Oh, nice call. The officer puts his hand over his mouth and he's like, oh. He looks at the stormtroopers. He just looks very confused as he puts his hand over his mouth. What? How did it get on here? This is a space station. How did it infected? What?
I do like blue spittle spray just out in front of me, like a big like frosty breath of it.
Can a spec get on the guy's uniform?
Yes. He looks down. He's like, and the doors come to a close, and he like radio. You see him just like bring a comm to his hand just as the doors close.
Tough will say.
If we are lucky, they will only send one rad crew to top. Prepare
No.
to fight.
Well, where is it that we're going? Because then they said that we needed to go to level 76 or whatever to get
74, yeah. You're going to 93.
Yeah, and that's what I yelled out. That's where we had to go to that level. So hopefully that will distract them for a short time anyway.
Yeah, hopefully they don't monitor the elevator.
Yeah, is there like anything I could shoot out in the elevator that would hide our, hide the elevator's travels up or something?
There is a control panel.
Well, we can just stop it at 74 and not get out and keep going up after.
Can we? Can I like hack into like the control panel and try to like override it to make it look like we're higher floors up than we actually are?
Yes, you can try.
This hasn't went great so far, but fuck it. What's the difficulty?
Dark side point. 2 purples, 1 red.
I'm not going to use a light side point on this one. Purple,
Save
1
them.
red. Really?
Yeah, save them. Damn it.
Yeah, so you don't succeed. You just continue going upwards. You can feel like the forces as you're like shooting up through this thing. This vehicle is probably like 4 or 5 miles tall. And you're like flying through floors incredibly quickly. And then, bing, floor 93. It opens up into a very tight little corridor with a... it's only probably like 60 feet long, and then on the left-hand side there's like a gate sort of barrier situation. But in front of the gate there are 2 dead stormtroopers.
2 dead?
Yeah.
That was my
What?
first reaction. 2 dead stormtroopers? We hadn't been here yet. Let's move.
The gate
Yeah, will
is
this
fizzing.
does the speeder fit through here?
It would, yeah, but it'll be tight.
Okay. I'll look at a Tiff and say, well, do we take the speeder?
Do it, X-Speeder. Punch it.
Yeah, and I guess before anyone can hop off, I'll just forward again.
Yep, no problem. You moved 60 or so feet, and you can see the gate is like as if it's been exploded. There's like scorch marks, and the troopers are dead. And you can see there's quite a long corridor with several more gates.
Does it look like it was exploded in or out?
In.
Tough will say,
Stop it, buddy.
Yeah, and I'll slam on the brakes and skid up to one of the bodies.
Tough will irritable, and he'll go over to the stormtroopers and try to pull comm links off of them if they still have them.
They're not there. They're gone. Their helmets have been taken off.
Professional.
Are they wearing like the armor or uniforms?
They're wearing the armor, but no helmets. The helmets are gone.
Have they been hit by blasters or sliced and diced or?
Little column A, little column B.
What?
Hmm.
Lightsaber?
Not lightsaber, no.
Okay.
Huh.
Can you
Someone
track
does-
that thing, Tef?
He'll scratch the back of his neck and say,
I doubt it. Too many signal here.
Well, I guess we just gotta follow the bodies for now.
Somebody wanted in. Let's hope they've got out again.
Yeah, everybody be on the guard. Have your weapons ready.
yeah, I'll pull out this like little pearl-handled blaster and have it shaking in my hand as I climb back into the speeder.
Yeah, so there's 4 more gates along this long corridor, and at each one you'll find the gates have been destroyed inwards, and you'll see that there's 2 dead at the front, and then at the final gate there's like 6 dead stormtroopers that have been piled into a corner. None of them have helmets on, and you can see now into the huge sort of circular room with a control panel at the center. And And there's a dude sitting there. He's wearing Mandalorian armor, and he's like typing.
Mandalorian, that's like the bounty hunters, right?
Yes.
Then,
shit.
fire grenade!
Mr. Dr. Veet, like, scurries back into the droid.
Just to double check, do we know what cell the droid is in?
No, you would have to go to the computer and like find that out yourself.
So don't blow it up.
Could use that photon grenade. That would be badass.
I mean, enemy of
Might lose us the game, but it would be awesome.
enemy of
Wow,
our
they just dropped.
maybe.
Just lost somebody.
Oh, okay.
So are you going into the room, or what's the situation?
I mean, enemy of our enemy is a friend, right? Like, we're just passing through. He's just passing through.
If he's wearing Mandalorian armor, my knee-jerk reaction is just to open up on him with everything we got.
Oh shit, what did I miss? My thing crashed.
Mandalorian
Armor.
In the circular prison, or the circular command center, there's a dude in Mandalorian armor, and he's typing.
Oh, perfect.
Huh. So we either talk to him or we kill him.
How far are we from him?
Or we talk to him, then kill him?
You're probably like 100 feet from where he is at the center of the room.
I'll look at Tef and then I'll raise my hands to my mouth like I'm about to shout. And I'll yell, is everything alright over there?
Maintenance! We hear you have a technical problem.
Oh, no.
He turns to look, and he just like makes a gesture with his hand at his head, and from either side of the door, two more with blasters point them in your direction. One of them says, "That's far enough.
Reverse.
You don't need to be involved here. This is a Death Watch matter."
What's that? Do we recognize that?
Death Watch are a faction of Mandalorians who like the old Mandalorian ways. Mandalore now is like a peaceful, pacifist planet, but there used to be a huge warrior culture, and Death Watch is like one of the factions who want to go back to that warrior culture.
Well, we don't want to necessarily interfere with your business, but we have some of our own. What are you here for?
They're like an actively aggressive terrorist group.
Exactly, yeah. They just look at you like, we've told you to leave.
Okay. And I'm going to draw my pistols and fire.
All right, they shoot you. Okay, let's do initiative.
All right. What's it again?
So it'll be cool for you because you're expecting the combat.
Okay.
You just roll cool, no difficulty.
What's cool?
Cool is one of your skills.
Goes off of presence.
Well, give that a look. 2 green, wonderful.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, man, who's that green person?
That's Jaster.
Yeah, Chester goes first all the time.
He's got rapid reaction as part of being a gunslinger, so automatically get 2 successes.
Oh, okay.
You got 3, is that right?
I got 4 successes and 2 advantage.
And I have 3, yes.
Look, it's Chester, them, and then you.
That'll work. I think Jester is going to need me after their turn.
Since I was stationary, I can take a strain. Is there 2 strain for 2 aims?
That's correct.
Okay. 2, and where is it? 4. Straight, I get 2 more. Okay, and I get to upgrade it. No, it's only once that I upgrade it. So that's, and when you're, so that's, like, it adds a green to it.
Which, are you shooting the troopers or the guy at the center?
The troopers, because they're the ones with the guns that are aimed at us currently, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So then it'll just be normal difficulty.
So 2. Let me double check this pool one more time. Got 1 true aim. Yep. Okay, so 2, 1, 4, 2. Oh shoot! And then I also.
This is ridiculous.
There we go.
Fucking Jaster.
So
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that hits, and I hit with both guns. So that's going to be 18.
Now, is the soak applied for each hit, or is it?
I would imagine so. If they're 2 separate hits.
Yeah,
2 separate
okay.
weapons.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess the first one would be, well, they both would be the same. It'd be 9, pierce 2, but I have enough to do 1 crit. So I guess I would do the crit on the first one.
Okay, that'll kill him.
Okay. So yeah, basically they say that, and I go, okay, as I bring my hands up, but I have my pistols in them, and I shoot the first one right in where his heart would be, and there's just a puff of smoke coming out from behind him as he falls back, and then I hit the other one for 9 damage with 2 pierce.
Okay. Okay, yeah. The first one, it goes right through. These guys obviously haven't earned their proper Mandalorian armor yet. It goes right through his armor at the other side, and the other one takes a hit in the shoulder. The guy at the center, he is looking around, and he's going to pull his blaster and take a shot. I guess that's all you can do.
You're like, damn, man, I just got reduced by a third in the opening salvo. I guess it's not a third of the big guy, but they need their little dudes.
Yeah, this guy's no joke.
I bet. Let's watch all these fucking ridiculous ass guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Was he shooting at me?
He was indeed.
Okay, I do have 1 defense.
Okay. Okay, so he doesn't have the advantage.
Yep. That's going to be a crap load of damage, though.
It's going to be a crap load of damage, all right. It's 13. Bless your soak.
Okay. Ouch.
Yeah, so he just like quickly moves his blaster around and just from the hip fires a shot that catches you, and he will then. Oh, okay, didn't know that. Yeah, and then he moves behind one of the control panels for cover, and he says, "Just get out of here. It doesn't have to be like this."
Oh, we're just here for the droid.
So when do you guys goes next?
Yeah, I think it's I go next. Yeah, so immediately, where did you take your hit at, Jaster?
I would be assuming because of like the cover of the vehicle, it probably been like in a shoulder.
All right, so and then I imagine like you'd have turned and put your back against the vehicle, and, like duck down behind it, right?
Yeah.
So I would pop out. I would pop out of my seat, and I probably would have been scurrying down like in the feet well of the seats were inside the buggy, and I would pop over, and I'd look at you, and I'd look at the wound, and my eyes would like focus in like needle-like, and and I'll say, it's time for me to. No, wait, that's the wrong voice. He'd say it's time for me to return the favor. I can't figure out the right voice right now, but that's cool. And then I'm going to use medicine to heal. So he's going to whip out a number of things. He's going to whip out this little, this little like applicator. It looks sort of gun-like, more like a squirt gun though, and with a little like almost like a cock chamber at the top. And he'll spray some of that on the wound after like. Pulling away your bits of your jacket, and that will stop the bleeding, and then he'll hit you with some meds as well. And I can't remember, what's the difficulty for the med check?
I think it depends upon the damage done. Let me double check.
Well, because it's like I heal a wound for every success over, and I think it's a basic.
How much is your wound threshold, Dennis, right now? Does it exceed half?
Yes, exceeds it half by 1.
I believe that it would be 3. I haven't looked though. I think that's the case though.
And I have this thing, this like med pack thing that helps me with these things that I can use.
Get a boost. Yeah.
I get a boost. Okay. All right, so I'll consume one of those. So it's going to be 3.
So it's actually 2.
It's 2. It's 2. 3 is for
2?
exceeding the entire threshold.
Difficulty 2.
Okay. All right. And then I get a boost, and I get 3 of these, and 1 of those, and a roll. All right. So and hold now, because I get to add 3 to that number. So you're going to heal 7 wounds as I stitch you back up.
So yeah, Jaster was down, clutching his shoulder, teeth gritted in pain, sweat already beginning to form on his brow, and as you're working, you can see his features instantly relax as the grimace twists to a grin, and he goes, "Thanks, Doc."
And I pat you on the shoulder, and he says, "Yes, sir. You better believe it. Now get back out there and show him who's boss."
That's incredibly effective. Holy shit. Nice.
That was an awesome roll. Thanks. Yeah, you just saved Jaster's butt, that's for sure.
Okay, who goes next?
I'll go ahead and maybe fire off a couple shots with the blaster carbine.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, how close are the Mandalorians to each other?
Well, one is dead, and the others are like pretty far apart, like 60-ish feet.
Right, so a plasma grenade probably wouldn't take out both of them. Okay, yeah, I'll just shoot at whichever one to be closer.
Okay, that'll be the trooper.
Sweet. So, ranged heavy. And what's the difficulty? 2. Yeah. Awesome.
Okay, what's the damage?
Let's see, I think it's 9 damage.
Okay, yeah, that'll finish him off. 2 threat. I think your gun will jam. It'll overheat. You'll need to take your next action to like stop that from happening.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you'd fire off this high-powered shot, like, but then the gun is like steaming and stuff. And you'll need to take an action to fix it.
Sweet.
All right, who goes next?
I will.
Mop them up.
I'll steady them up against the edge of the thing, the edge of the speeder. Look down the sight, and
So what is this badass Mandalorian's reaction as he sees this mop being pointed at him?
I think one of utter confusion. I guess he's wearing a mask. He's wearing a helmet, but he would see and just like almost like tilt his head to the side, like what the fuck.
I'm imagining myself in that really stereotypical like American janitorial like suit, and
Yes!
well, so yeah, you see this Quarian just lay this mop down, aim down the almost non-existent sight, and then take a shot. I'm going to take a shot at the big guy because it's cool.
So the difficulty to shoot him is going to be 1 purple, 1 red, and it's 2 setbacks because he's behind the cover. So 2 black dice.
Okay, and the +1 to aim and all of this.
Yeah, you can aim once, or you could take 2 strain to aim twice, which will give you 2 boosts.
I don't necessarily know what. I have quite a high strain threshold, so I might as well strain as much as I want, I guess.
Good deal.
And the gun is accurate 1.
So another boost.
Oh,
So it's a boost, 3 boosts.
You have 3 boosts, 2 setbacks, 1 red, 1 purple, and then whatever your ranged heavy is.
One red, one purple. The setbacks are black ones?
Yeah.
And then the ranged heavy is 2 green, 2 yellow. Yeah, let's try that.
Oh my
Nice.
goodness! Holy moly! That's a good hit.
That's
Oh,
gonna hurt.
Holy
Boom. The boom lets rip.
End of the map that's got like the stuff dangling off, just like vaporizes.
Yeah, I see it. Like, you know, like if you get the blunderbuss explode, like Elmer Flood's
Yeah.
blunderbuss, it all like curls back. That's what happens.
Okay, so the damage was 12, is that right?
It's 8 plus 2 plus whatever the
So
success has
10,
been.
11, 12, 13, 14. And what is the crit rating on your weapon?
Should be
3.
15 altogether.
15 altogether.
The crit
Yeah,
rating is
because
3.
first success counts as damage too.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so 15. Wow, that's really a lot.
What kind of pierce do you got on that bad boy?
Does it
So
have
what?
pierce? I don't think it does.
I don't think so. It has accurate 1, cumbersome 2. And,
Okay.
Okay, no problem.
I remember having a gun like that once.
Okay, so that is, yeah, so you hit this guy like square in the shoulder. It like blasts off part of his armor and hits the squishy flesh underneath. He lets out a.
I like push the broom up off the edge of the speeder and give it a blow, and it just all this smoke or whatever coming away from the burning bits of metal or wood.
Fuck yeah.
And Tesh.
What does this area that he's in look like? Do I see like any mechanical like machine arms or like anything that looks like I could exploit it?
So it's a big circular room with like a huge sort of circular control center at the middle. There's several dead stormtroopers in here also, and like several dead personnel. And yeah, there's basically like a single drawbridge leading from. If you were to walk straight across from where you were to the other side, it's like a drawbridge, and there's like prison cells all around that are able to like rotate and bring themselves to where the drawbridge is. There's only one way out of the place. If you're a prisoner.
Could I create a or use a destiny point to create a hub on the wall, like a control hub that goes into the like local circuit, like
Yes.
the LAN connection? Oh yeah, I do that, and I'll run over to it and see if I can hack into it.
Okay. This is the prisoner area, so I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult, so it'll be 4.
Okay. Damn. All right, come on. Let's see some good luck. Oh shit.
No, unfortunately not. But I think you like try several passwords in the couple seconds you have, and then you figure like, oh no, it's got to be this one. So next time you'll have a couple of boosts.
Excellent. Yep. So I'll be over there plucking away at it.
Okay. So then it's back to the top, which would be Jaster.
So I'll pop up using the speeder for some whatever cover I can get as I take a couple shots at this dude.
Okay, so the difficulty is
Red and a purple.
red and purple. I'm going to use dark side to make it 2 reds,
2 reds.
and then 2 setbacks because it's behind the cover.
2 setbacks. Okay. Now choose some my pool. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 1.
Shit's intense.
Dennis always has these crazy pools that he has to make. He's very good at making murder hobos.
Scrat wasn't a murder hobo. Though he did basically help murder a Sith. Okay, and I think I'm going to go ahead and use a Destiny. Because those 2 reds scare me. Yikes. Yeah,
Jesus.
no hit.
No, it misses, but, I mean, what the 7 advantage?
Blows away his cover.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so you just, like, machine gun style fire your pistols to the point you, like, blast the computer deck in front of him. You just, like, blast it to bits, and there's, like, just a gap where he's now crouching, so it'll remove his cover.
We're just here for the droid, man.
I'm here for the droid. It's Mandalorian.
Sucks to be you.
He is going to stand up, and he's going to take a shot. What's the best target? I guess you hit him so hard, Akazar, so I think he'll shoot you.
Wait.
He's going to fire a grenade.
Oh, okay. That's not just me. Surely.
Yeah, he's got a heavily modified blaster.
Just bat it back with your mop.
I was gonna say the exact same thing, just better swing.
Okay.
Because we're all relatively using the same speeder for cover, can I use some sort of Destiny light point thing to just swing it back again?
I don't know if you could swing it back again.
Or at least deflect it away from exploding everyone.
I don't think it's... I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Is it likely to affect everyone on the speeder? Because I thought we were all using the same thing for cover.
Yeah, you're all in the speeder from what I can see. I think you could use 2 to, like, smack it away.
Or could I shoot it in midair so it explodes harmlessly or something?
Well, could I also use some of those advantages to give him some setbacks? Because there's a ton of those.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Yeah.
I mean, I got some advantages when I shot as well. I don't know if I can pull them in.
Yours lowered his soak value a little bit by shooting off the armor.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I think. Yeah. He's going to try to blow stuff. Hey, there is one guy who's not in the blast radius, and that's Tef, because he ran over to a console.
That's true.
At least someone will be alive.
So he points this thing, thunk, like a t-shirt gun, just grenade fires in your direction. Now,
fire in the hole.
Well, I've never fired a grenade before, so I think it's just like a blast radius.
The first attack is against the target only, and then you activate blast using advantage.
Ah, okay. Right, there you go. That makes sense.
So if he rolls poorly, it'll just be highly localized to my chest. That's nice.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and if it says blast 6, does that mean he needs 6 advantages to activate it, or that it's up to 6 targets?
No, if you activate it, then it'll do 6 damage from our blast to all the targets within engaged.
Okay.
With the target that it hits.
Okay.
I can, one sec here, I can look it up. I've got this open. Tell you how many advantage you need.
We're getting crazy with it.
Okay, so for blast to activate, it takes 3 advantages.
Okay. All right, so we're getting 2 setbacks. Here we go. A triumph.
And that's it?
That's it. That's all he got.
Blows on speeder up?
Looks like it's going to blow the shit out of you guys.
Now, Triumph can activate blast, even though the original attack didn't hit.
Yes.
Something special to grenades.
So that's what he'll do. And I guess it doesn't connect immediately, but it's going to in the air.
Okay, like a glancing blow.
Yeah.
And it does just the explosion damage.
Exactly. So it's 6 to each of you. That's your soak.
Okay.
We're in the speeder, except for Tef, who's far away.
Does defense come into this at all? Because I have 1 defense.
It would have come into it, yes. So let me roll a setback. I don't think it makes a difference. It can't really, no. So it will be a triumph and a threat, though, right? No? Yes. Okay, so I think the threat will be that he doesn't jump back into cover. He's the grenade, and he just like lifts his hands to protect his face from the blast.
How much was it? 6?
Minus soak.
Yes, 6 minus your soak.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay. Excellent. Learning all the time. Okay, so one of you guys is next.
Who looks the worst for wear here besides yourself? Jaster, how are you? How do you look?
Pretty dazed and confused. I'm at half health.
Okay. All right. Well, I will obey my oath and heal you instead of myself. So we're gonna do the same thing. Like he's gonna kind of pull you down, and he's gonna slap you across the face with his paw. And actually, like he does it a little too rough, leaves little scrape marks there in his wake. Says, "Bring it together, man!" And he's just gonna jam a stim like right into your neck, and it's gonna have a little bit of adrenaline mixed in. I'm gonna use
Usually I get a drink before someone slaps me like that.
Seeing you coming back and being able to make quips does make Dr. Beat very happy. So let me just deduct another one of these fucking things here and go.
I'm.
Oh, did you want to?
Yeah, no, it's fine. Go ahead.
You're good with that. So it's 7. 7 again, and that's stress 2. Now, is that a whole action? Is how much stuff can you do in a turn? Okay, that's it. All right.
So that would be your action. Skill check is an action. You still have a maneuver, so you could move potentially, or you could.
Take cover. Like, is that?
There's not much cover here, apart from the speeder, which is like smoking.
Yeah, I'm tiny though, so like I'll just find like some corner of the speeder that still works. Is that okay with you or no?
Yep, that's fine.
Since I'm so small.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
No problem at all. Okay. Who goes next?
I think Rand would be his blaster jammed, so he's messing with that.
Yep, no problem. So you're just like tense, you're like, oh fuck, Jesus! You're just like trying to get the
just like sweating and just like kind of losing a bit.
I don't know. I'll swear under my breath in Quarren, whatever they have for swear words. Sort of kneel, because I don't have any cover to lay the gun on now, and just aim the busted broom again and make another shot. So he doesn't have cover, so I don't have the 2 black dice anymore.
That's true.
Yes.
Can I still do the double strain aim for 3 advantage or whatever blue dice?
You take 2 strain to aim twice, yeah, so you'll have 2 boosts.
I have no idea of the bad thing about having less strain, but I'm on 8 out of 12.
If you run out, you'll go unconscious.
Okay, well, I'm on 9 health and 8 strain now, but... Boom.
That's a big hit. Okay. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 again. Holy moly.
Luckily, Chester's been kept full on both thanks to the doc.
I have crit 3, remember, on this weapon, but remember I have plus 20 to critical injury table rolls.
Yeah, but you need 3 advantages to trigger the crit, and you only have 2.
Fair
So
enough.
that's how you get the crits. Okay, so that would be enough to murder him.
Really?
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just get so much damage. Holy shit! I underestimated.
You've given me 1 skill set, and it's shooting things with a broom.
I mean, you guys are very good at shooting things, and there's only so much health you can give a bad guy before it seems dumb. Like this guy had over 20 wounds, but he's dead. You guys managed to just like tear him apart. And yeah, you like punch right through the chest of his armor, and he just falls dead to the ground. Yep. But I'm going to use a dark side point to have a grenade roll out of his pocket. Beep, 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 at the center of the command console.
Get down!
As he's just like, fuck you.
It's going to blow the computer.
We've got another terminal at Teth paid for.
Okay. I dive out of the way of the grenade.
Yeah, I'm the only one that still has cover, so he's going to keep it. Brace himself.
Yeah, I've already moved this turn, so I was going to say...
We're out of initiative now since he's dead.
Okay, aren't there cells that are broken open?
No, there's only 1 cell that's ever...
And that was back down.
available.
Okay.
We toss
Yeah,
the
so-
droid over top of it. Or no, we just kick it off the side if we can get it to it fast enough. It is like... I'm imagining like we're in this... It's like this cylinder, right, with cages all around it, and
Exactly,
it goes up
yeah.
and down, and then
Mhm.
the cages get moved up and down, and
Yep, that's exactly it.
just kick it off. Just kill a few fucking prisoners. Who cares?
All right, well then somebody give me a coordination check to run over there and kick the grenade off the platform.
All right, let me see what I got.
Mine's pretty decent. I could like toss down my carbine and run and do that.
There you go, man. Go for it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go for it.
Oh, so glorious.
So what am I rolling against?
It'll be 3, and I'm going to use a dark side point, so it'll be 2 purple and red.
Oh shit.
Oh no! It gets blown up.
Oh man, this is going to be gross.
Oh no, Em. That is really your name.
Yep, so that'll be 8 damage.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's gonna bring me to -1. So
Excellent.
is that death? I've never had that in Edge of the Empire yet.
It's a critical injury. I think it might be 2 critical injuries because it's one where you get to 0 and one where you get below. Every time you get below, is that right?
It's the
That's when
first
you
one
start
that
going
pushes you
negative.
does. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so roll me percentile, please.
So did he absorb like the whole thing, or?
Well, you guys are still quite far away. He like legged it over there to get there on time.
I tried to kick it, and then I think it just went off.
29%.
Did.
Let's see, where have I put the table?
The contact with your foot caused it to explode early.
Like 100 goddamn books open. Okay, conflict.
Hey man, if you use some of your earnings from this to buy a bacteria tank or a bacta tank, I can get you back up. I can get you that leg back or whatever it is it's about to blow off.
We need to get one of those on the Grey Lady. That'd come in handy. Jester's always getting blown to hell.
Yeah.
9
At least we had a doctor this time, though.
Discouraging wound. I flip 1 light side destiny point to a dark side. Excellent.
Well, I'd rather that than
Yeah.
like blowing his leg off or something.
Yeah, true.
So, it's awful enough to like shock us so much that
Yeah.
we lose confidence.
That you lose some hope. It's like he just walks over and he goes to kick it, but instead he just, as he connects, it just goes. It's going to knock him like bang into one of the computer terminals.
So I'm pretty fucked up at this point. Would I be able to move at all?
No,
Like,
I think you're
No,
like
okay, yeah,
unconscious.
so like I'm out.
Incapacitated.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
with the heal, Andrew, is it like once per character or is it once per encounter?
It's once per character per encounter.
Okay,
Yeah, so like the doc could heal him too.
right, okay.
So wait,
So-
I wasn't supposed to be able to heal Jaster twice.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I
It's not a
didn't
big
know
deal.
that either. Okay.
So it's once per encounter per character, I guess, which is just fine.
That kind of makes a lot of sense because
Right.
it's very, very powerful.
Yeah.
Very, very, very strong heal.
Yeah, thinking about it, because you could just like sit down behind me and I could
Yeah.
just stand there on loading every turn, and you can just keep healing me up every turn.
I could have done that with my stim packs, but yeah, I mean, I get it.
I'll get a special backpack made that you can just sit in.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. No, we'll hook you up with
Master
some-
Blaster.
We'll hook you up with
Yeah,
some.
there are
auto-
now
auto
alarms
stim
going
packs.
off.
Oh yeah, so immediately
Why would alarms be going off?
Several explosions.
Several explosions.
Oh, just a weapon malfunction. Everything's fine here.
Like
I think you've bluffed your last bluff, Jester Stevens.
like a
Never.
no, it won't be his last. It might be his last here.
Yeah.
That just means I'll have to shoot more people. That's okay with him.
Yeah.
All right.
But if the dog tends to him, and then we need to get on the console and find this droid.
Yeah. Yes, the dock like a fluffy blur, like on all fours. I'm gonna run for the console and this guy. He's probably all in a mangled bunch.
Where
Blood
is,
like streaming from nose, ears, and eyes at this point. I'm guessing as he lays there unconscious.
where's
So-
the little droid chassis?
It's like a smoldering ruin in the land speeder.
Well, is there any like debris of metal that I can grab? I'm gonna run down to the end of the hallway and see if I can like jam the elevator.
Yeah, there's, I mean, definitely little bits that you could find. It'll be difficult. The elevator's huge, it's like a super elevator, so it's going to be tricky.
Okay.
I would say
Could
almost
hack that,
impossible unless you
probably.
had, like, if you wanted to make a barrier with a land speeder or something. That's probably the only way you could do it.
Land speeder won't run anymore though, right?
No, you have to push it.
It's a husk, and we.
Yeah.
Come on, help me. I'll say all out as I begin trying, at least.
I'm not particularly strong, but I think it's probably the best use of my capabilities. I'm not going to hack a computer or heal a guy, so...
Tef, see what you can do.
Yeah.
Find this droid and get out.
I salvage mission. Doctor, you salvage man.
All right, give me a computers. You have 2 boosts from the last time.
Okay.
Difficulty 4.
And I'm going to use a destiny point. We gotta get this.
Yep.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, so you looking through all the details or whatever, you're like scanning through whatever, and then you find just like a vague sort of hint that something is Mandalorian. You like smash the keys and the fucking whole thing rotates up and down and left and right, like a weird Rubik's Cube that you're inside of.
Now, is there any indication how they have this droid contained within the cell? Like, is he restraining bolted?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Pop it open.
Yeah, so the thing comes into view and it's I'll show you what it looks like. I'll show you the dark side.
Oh, man.
So it's this big, 3 times the height of a person, battle droid, kind of vaguely crustacean-looking, almost predatory-looking thing, and it's like floating there on some Spencer field, whatever, but it is restraining bolted.
Well, if everything goes to hell, we can always just take the bolts off and see what happens.
That's when Tep pulls out like 3 bolts in each of his fingers and says,
Fuck that. I install new bolt.
Fantastic.
We're going to need a bigger ship.
It says, statement, I am grateful for the rescue.
and I'll say,
Oh. You
Has,
are a city droid.
Sorry. Has the Super Tactical Droid come up? Does he have a designation other than the Super Tactical Droid?
The one that you had spoken to before, that's Soren.
Soren. Okay, yeah. So we say, so as I'm trying to push the speeder and I hear him say that, I'll yell out, Soren sent us to get you out of here.
No, that's not what we say. I say, Old Beaky is still ticking.
It says, chuckle.
Chuckle.
Tuff will start speaking to him in binary to convey the point as quickly as possible, and it's going to be, if you want to get out of here and you want us to take you to your freedom, you're going to have to assist us and kill anything that gets in our way on the way out.
Assertion, I have taken significant damage.
And I'll say,
I am mechanic. I will restore you.
Assertion, they have removed several of my weapon emplacements.
I am mechanic. I will see if I can rip you.
Well, the Mandalorians had some weapons laying around as well as the stormtroopers, I imagine.
Yeah, I was thinking that. We're in a prison filled with people who don't like the Empire. Couldn't we just open a bunch of prison cells, arm some sort of rebellion on the ship, and then just duck out?
Oh.
Tuff thinks about that for a second and says,
I don't. Didn't meet many criminals.
I hate to break it to you.
He says during a heist.
No, criminal, not friend of criminal. We are enemy.
But they're also the enemy of everyone on this ship, and would cause a good distraction. Can you hitch up the computer so it just automatically rotates through cells, opening bringing them up and opening them, and then bringing them up and opening them while we just run away? Then they can pick up all these weapons and cause havoc.
The droid says, assertion, swiftest escape vector is directly through the ship's superstructure and out of the hull. I have the necessary equipment to drill such holes.
You start on that then, and I go start opening door.
Wait, what? What?
yep, so I'll turn and I'll say,
you out there, man?
I'm gonna point over at my friend and say,
You better be right about this.
Oh, Jesus. What have we done?
All right, so the droid kind of floats out and moves down the hallway to where there's just a wall, and it begins to like take these claws, and they vibrate to the point where they're like white hot, and it just like begins ripping holes in the wall.
Tev, can you tell the droid to maybe rip down to a hangar so we can get out and not void into space?
I'm just like yelling.
It says assertion. That is not the quickest escape vector. Affirmative.
Cheers, Tev.
I'm over there like just mashing on controls, and I'm like reading all these like heinous names like Mogar the Massacre.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, who fucking cares?
And I just start like hitting open all the doors.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so dangerous fuck after dangerous fuck like steps out of the prison cells, and they're like just like stretching whatever. Some of them have been like sedated or whatever, but once you open the cell, whatever, that stops and they fall down. Like all these scary ass Trentoshans, fucking tattooed humans, fucking scarred Wookiees, all kinds of nasties.
We've got the weapons piled up in one place, like away from them, and I want to wait. So there's like at least, I don't know, a dozen different factions, so they're all not going to just turn on us. And basically, I'm thinking of just like grabbing a gun and going, "Hey, Modo," and just throwing one at him, and then another one, and another one, and just arming everyone equally, so they can shoot each other, but they could also shoot the people that arrested them in the first place.
This is ridiculous. I would like to have stabilized my ally before the convicts started showing up on the ramp that I'm sitting on. Okay, I would like to get in the timeline here, please.
Yeah. Go for it.
Oh my god! Yes.
So it's going to be 3. I think.
It's going to be 3.
Actually, it might be 4 even. Let me just check quickly. Where was it? Skills. Recover. Okay, the current wounds exceed. Yeah, so 3.
3. All right, cool. So I do. I'm doing. Yeah, like it's over there. I imagine you're just all. Are you upping it? 1.
So 2 purple, 1 red.
2 purple, 1 red. Yeah. So he's gonna roll forward, and as he like moves forward, he's gonna take the puff off his inhaler. He's gonna get all blue again, and then he's gonna whip out like his good tools, his best tools. And he's gonna notice like a number of broken ribs that one's probably impaling one of your lungs at this point, and he's gonna like actually dig his little claws like in between your and hook in to your rib there and pull it out, and then he's gonna stick you with a couple things and wrap this bandage around your midriff there that will then you'll activate it. It'll kind of harden up into a bit of a cast there to support your ribs, but you won't be able to feel anything once you wake up. If he succeeds, there won't be any pain. All right, so here it is. Okay, did I do good?
Ooh. Yes and no. I think you'll cause another critical injury, but you'll heal him because of the despair. So roll me a percentile.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to add 30 to the result.
Oh, I think it's the first one, right? So 72.
72. I need to fucking bookmark this page. I never do.
It's gonna be like a broken toe. Like how the fuck? How? How did I do that?
72 hamstrung.
How? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, maybe it's just like punctured lung. The target loses his free maneuver until the end of the encounter.
Okay.
So it's gonna make you slower at moving, for sure.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, these fucking cons are coming out of here, and they're just like looking at each other. They're looking at you guys, and they're looking at the pile of weapons.
Hey, by the way, man, it's 5 health and 5 stress that you heal.
Okay, cool, perfect.
And then I hit you with an actual stim pack, which is another 5 wounds.
Oh, it's nice. Okay, sweet. So I'm back up to 9, so that's good. Sweet, awesome.
It's a prison break, fellas. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, Tough is gonna look at like the closest Nikto and say, "Oh, you've been paroled," and turn to
Badass.
So cold, man.
I'm having like flashbacks of like Jackie Chan movies and stuff.
So good.
Okay, so what is your guys' plan? You're going to follow the droid? He's like just digging a hole through the floor now, diagonally down in the direction of the hangar.
Hangar.
Which
Yeah,
was,
I'll
if
let
you
him
remember,
know.
like maybe 3 miles away.
And say, "Go down slowly so we can ride on your back."
Oh my god.
All right, so you guys
This is awesome.
jump onto this
Everybody
basilisk. Or
Lift
droid.
it, David.
So you're just like hanging onto the wings. There is a seat at the top for a Mandalorian war god to sit on. But there's also like you could just hang onto the side, whatever. And he's just like wrenching steel and Durasteel apart as he just like pumps his way through here. And once he's dug a little bit of a hole, he flies back to the top and fires a missile. And then continues just going down. He's like digging a fucking hole all the way through here, like a mole.
The
I'll be
Death Watch.
communicating.
Sorry.
Oh, so, go ahead.
I was going to say, the Death Watch didn't happen to have like their signature jetpacks and such on them.
They did, yeah.
How difficult is it to use a Mandalorian jetpack?
I don't know. It's probably goes off coordination, I would say.
I would like to try and loot whichever Mandalorian has most of his armor left and
Yeah.
jetpack. And
Yeah,
stuff.
you guys can steal. One of them had actual Mandalorian armor. The 2 had just had Lamin armor, but it's still pretty good. You could take that shit.
I think any of that is better than what I'm currently wearing and doesn't include a jetpack. So I will.
That dude also had a heavily modified blaster.
If no one disagrees or if anyone's a blaster specialist, please take it. But I was going to say probably don't give all the good stuff to the criminals. And I wouldn't mind having some sort of jetpack.
Jetpack goes off of piloting planetary.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's silhouette 1, speed 2, 0 handling.
Sick.
I don't think. Okay, well, I'm not naturally trained, but I'm good at it. But
Yeah,
not
You can
trained.
buy that shit with your some experience, man.
Yeah,
You can
at the end of
level
this, you can train yourself to use
Yeah.
jetpack. Sick. All right, so you guys grab the fucking sweet Mandalorian loot. You get on the war droid, who's like digging his way through. And a couple of minutes go by. You can see now, like you're probably like 200 or 300 feet through. You go through a room. He just like fucking goes through the room and smashes to the other side. And there's like people in the room like, what the fuck? People like having lunch or whatever. And you just keep going down, and eventually you come into this.
Master can't help but yell out a whoop. Yeah! As they go through the other side.
People having the most surreal lunch ever. They're just
Yep.
the huge droid rolls through next to them, and then it's just covered in convicts with guns just right down.
Right away after he whoops you, I go, "Be beware!" to make sure he doesn't think it's binary.
Yeah, he continues digging, and you come into that superhighway, and like he's like fucking gunning it down the highway, and just like narratively, you guys would like pop shots and stuff at stormtroopers.
Oh
who are
yeah,
firing,
Jaster would be on top in that seat, unloading with his pistols.
and they're just like, and it's just like the droid just ignores it. It's like invulnerable to small arms fire, and you guys might get grazed once or twice, but you guys continue pushing it down. As you come out the elevator or whatever, you can see it just like bing, and there's like 30 convicts in there with weapons who just like run out and just start fucking hacking stormtroopers apart. Yeah, you guys can get to the hangar bay.
Now, hopefully, our impromptu force will be able to requisition their own ships, or at least cause enough distraction for us to get to ours and/or a better ship to carry this giant war droid in. I don't, like they might try to get on the same ship. Is probably the scariest thing. Might happen.
Well, I don't know if we can open up some of those TIE fighters for them. They may want to take those instead.
Yeah.
You're pacing them quite a bit as well because this guy is flying.
That's true.
Okay, they're like following in on those corridor speeders and stuff, I guess.
Yeah, we got the speed. The whole idea was to like surf on them like they were a wave of chaos, right?
Yeah, so they're not getting on speeders. They're fucking killing stormtroopers all over the place. They're just like they got out of the lift. This comical scene where they're all just like hefting weapons as the lift opens, and then they just come out and start fucking wrecking the place. You can, as you like fly down the corridor, you hear like explosions going off and everything, and just like an alarm. Just
Yeah, they'll draw forces away.
Now, do I think this droid has capabilities to fly out of here on his own, or do I need to tow him?
Does he have the capability? Definitely. He's the Mandalorians used to use them for jumps like from a ship into the atmosphere.
Do I think though that he would stand like a fighting chance of getting out of the ship's range before they tractor beam him?
Oh no, probably not. He's not very fast.
Okay, so I'm going to tell the droid, beeping. Once we get to the ship, we're going to hook you up to a tow cable. Don't destroy the ship.
Affirmative. Right, so you guys run into the hangar. It's fucking chaos. There's like people all over the place going, "What the fuck?" And then like you'll see a team of stormtroopers like set up a gun, just like hastily trying to set up a gun to try and take you guys out as you run, or he flies rather, for your ship.
I'm going to yell at the top of my lungs. Oh, Tua, cut short!
Do we want the same ship that we came in on, or like a better ship?
I would, like in my mind, I'd think the same ship we came in on just for the ease of already knowing it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and having the controls and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can, I guess I would start taking some shots at those guys to try to slow them down from setting that gun up.
Yeah, definitely.
Can I extreme range help?
Absolutely. You guys can each take a shot if you like. And Tef, you can try and set up that tow cable or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Difficulty to hit these guys is going to be 2 purples,
No reds.
no reds.
Oh, that's nice. I'll take 1 strain this time, in addition to the aim.
What's difficulty on the tow cable?
Oh, Jesus, look at that hit. Difficulty in tow cable will be 3 mechanic.
And what's Dan? What's your character's name?
I was just calling him. He's Akazar Fizz, but I was just saying call me Ak because I was being.
Oh,
cool.
you're Fizz. You're Mr. Fizz. He's Mr. Fizz.
It certainly is.
Oh, okay.
So I got a hit and enough to hit with both pistols and then a triumph. What can I use that triumph for?
Dead. All right, so between the two of you, you just like this droid is flying, and as it is, you both just like turn dramatic slow motion style and just, and the 3 shots just kill. One of them hits the triumph, hits the gun directly, which explodes, and there's just chaos in here. Like you can see like alarms going off everywhere, people rushing for TIE fighters and stuff.
Get
all
her
sorts of
down!
craziness.
I'm imagining quite a badass scene like Akazar Fizz in this acquired in Mandalorian armor. There's just like tentacles sticking out the bottom of his helmet. People.
Jesus.
Okay, yeah, you managed to get a tow cable on. Get the fuck on the ship. Somebody make me a piloting check. Space.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make it. I guess I'll somehow slump myself down in the seat. And 1, 2, 3. And it's against what?
It'll just be 2.
Okay, perfect. 2 advantage.
We're having a hard time.
That's
All
no
right.
good.
It's terrible.
Maybe a tractor beam has us, like a docking bay tractor beam.
Yeah.
It's advantage, but not. Oh man.
All right, so the ship doesn't start.
Yeah. Just
If
say
this
maybe
bucket
like,
of bolts running, Tef, and Jaster will run down, I guess, to the door and see if he can see what's going on.
Oh, I'm getting paid overtime! And I'll yank a floor grate out and like go down with a hydro spanner and see like what the hell's up with this hunk of junk.
Okay, make me a mechanics. 2. Yeah, one of the it wasn't warmed up properly. You hadn't left it running, and so you just go down and you like kick it into hyper gear, and it goes. So you can make a piloting check again with 3
All right.
boosts.
I'm gonna give him another one too with this. I'm gonna give him a stim. I'm gonna see him struggling, and he's gonna get a little cocktail up. So it will succeed, and so you get a increase 1 characteristic by 1 For the remainder of the counter, you take 4 stress.
Oh, nice. Okay, so if I have 3 greens, 1 yellow, what would that add?
It will be another green. So you have 4 greens, 1 yellow.
Okay, sweet. And then 3 boost dice, 2 purples, and oh, okay.
Barely.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, so the wings fold upwards and you guys begin to take off. I think the advantage might be... any ideas?
Yeah, the hangar door is open.
Yeah, it's actually like a grid, like a laser grid, rather than a door.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he just does such a good job of pulling out, it puts him in an angle that gives him advantages on his next check, or...
I'd like to dodge lasers or something.
Yeah, I think...
You know that web that you're talking about, how like everything is so precisely timed?
Yes.
What if he fucks up like the monitoring equipment, so all of a sudden like ships start crashing into each other and stuff
Fuck
outside?
yes. Amazing. Yeah, that's perfect. An unscheduled takeoff causes the whole web to just begin like, and you can see ships like coming very close to each other outside. Okay, I'd like you to
subtle as always. Job well done.
So give me another piloting check, and then I need someone to do astrogation real quick.
All right. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put on some more drug.
I'm going to give you, both of you, a setback for the sheer fucking dramatic stress of this whole situation.
All right, and what's the difficulty?
Yours will be, for super quick astrogation, I'll make it 3.
All right.
And mine will be 2, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a triumph and an advantage, but no
All right,
success.
So you can use the triumph as a success, right?
Okay.
I think.
Be good.
Yeah, the success is actually different. So if he has the triumph sign but not a success sign, it means that the success part was canceled out.
Okay, so it wasn't a success.
No, but yeah, the triumph part of it remains.
Okay. All right, so you managed to, Ran, you managed to pilot the ship out of the hangar itself. You can see inside TIE fighters beginning to like disconnect from their things, so they're going to come chasing after you. And you see like a smaller sort of cruiser just like move in a direction that's going to put it on a collision course with one of the other Star Destroyers. Like smaller ships just like grind against each other in this this destroyed web. What do you think the triumph will be for the astrogation that wasn't successful? Maybe you don't go where you want to go, but you go somewhere random.
Just
Yeah,
get the fuck out.
somewhere random, but somewhere relatively safe or like low key.
It's very dangerous to go into a hyperjump without knowing where the destination is, but it'll get you out of here, I guess.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Why not?
that'll work.
Straight into the side of a star adventure.
As they say,
Asteroid
risking
field.
it. No risk, no glory.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you guys are pulling away, and you can see like ships beginning to like grind against each other. You can see just like an insane amount of turbo lasers just like zeroing in on your position. And you're just like desperately just punching in coordinates randomly, just like, where the fuck, it'll do. And you hit the button, and you fucking punch it out of there, and you enter hyperspace.
Towing the cargo,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Towing the pacifist droid. Yeah.
that is ridiculous. Yeah. Oh man. Towing a fucking old beaky is still ticking. Wow.
Okay. Let's see. Somebody roll me a percentile.
Shit. Let me do it. 23.
Okay. All right, let's see. That is a... That seems like a pretty good number. All right, I think what's going to happen is you're going to come out in core space. You're going to come out at Duro, the old Duros planet. And you come out unexpectedly, so the ship just like begins to swivel as you exit hyperspace unexpectedly, and the ship's going to take a bunch of strain as it like tries to deal with the G-forces, and the droid is now swinging this tow cable, and it's going to disconnect and be flung away from you guys, and you're just like spinning the fuck out of there. I think you'll each take 2 strain from the fucking G-forces involved as you're like flung around the place.
Follow that droid.
Yeah, and the droid is just like, boom. He's like, affirmation, not good.
Now, is there any sort of like correction maneuver I could take to try to collect the droid?
Yeah, we can give me one piloting space to try and correct your course first of all. Difficulty 3. And I'm going to use a dark side point, so it'll be 2 purples, 1 red.
Oh, snap.
Man.
3 success.
Nice. Yeah, you basically turn it into like a sick donut, and you recover yourself facing the droid. Now you can hear on the Imperial comms just like priority 1. We are looking for a Lambda class ship, designation blah 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 blah, that has escaped. Engage immediately. Do not destroy. Capture. So that's like blaring out in your cockpit. You're trying to turn it off, but it's difficult. And yeah, you can see the droid, and he's just like spinning away.
Presumably we don't have any tractor on this ship, so do we have to? Do we have anything that we can cable him with?
You had the cord that was attaching him, but that's kind of now swiveling uselessly behind your ship. But if you can't really command him from where you are, can you? No.
Try.
We've got to get up. We got to get up relative to him and then do some kind of like crazy fucking tricks with the thrusters to.
Yeah, either get close enough that
relative.
he can try to grab the rope if he thinks of it, or get close enough that he can attach to the ship.
I mean, if I don't know. Yeah, possibly if you could like equally speed and stay parallel with him, you could sort of nudge him, or like use your reverse thrusters to slowly slow down his trajectory. Probably damage the ship and him a bit, but at least he doesn't crash into the planet.
How good of a pilot are you? That is a very good question.
Yeah, Rand would kind of scratch his chin for a second and just say, well, I'm not bad, at least among the fringes in space. Let's see what I can do. And, yeah, I guess I'll try to get it as close as possible and make a soft connection with the bot there. The
Okay,
droid.
that sounds good. He's definitely made of harder material than your ship, so this could be interesting.
Yeah.
So go ahead and give me a piloting check. Difficulty will be 4. I'm going to use a dark side point to make it 3 purple, 1 red.
What can we do? Can we do anything to help him?
Can you do a light side point or something?
Yeah, I can take a light side point.
All right, so the doctor's going to look at you, man. He's going to offer you his blue inhaler.
Oh, gosh. Oh, man.
That's
It's up to you, brother. It's up to you, man. It'll turn one of your greens into a yellow, is what it'll do.
Yeah, I'll take it for sure.
I love the
so like kind of shadily, like I passed it over.
I'll just like nod, like very quickly, like just put it on my fucking face.
Yeah.
So
Not too much now. It's your first time, eh?
Can
Tell my lips.
can I change or angle the shields towards the side of impact?
Definitely. Yep. Go ahead.
What's the shielding on this ship?
What is it? That's a good question. One sec here.
Oh, I kind of fucked that up.
Looks like 2 in the front and 1 in the rear.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I don't know.
So I got 3 threats.
So I would move the one from the back to the front and say we're coming at it front on.
Okay.
It's just a maneuver to do.
Well, the front one is better.
Yeah, I know, but I'm moving one from the back to the front, so it makes it 3-0 instead
Oh, I
of
see.
1.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so you got 3 threats. So you try and pilot yourself in that direction, but unfortunately you go a little bit too far. You start moving towards him at pretty high speed. And he is going to spin into your shields. So how does this work? So he's going to basically collide with you.
If you consider it a minor collision, it's an automatic injury to the ship.
Okay, and what do the shields do? In this situation?
I mean, it's up to you. And there's two different types of collisions you can do. You can do a minor, which is 1, or a major, which is 2. And I would say the shields would keep it at a minor instead of a major, but I mean, that's your interpretation.
No, that sounds good to me. Yeah, you did angle them and everything, so they're in front, and it kind of bounces along, bounces against the shield, and then scrapes along the side of the ship. So roll me percentile, please.
Ah, man.
51.
Man, it's almost-
51.
Oh, no, I got-
Component is hit. One of the. Okay. One of your systems is knocked offline.
Oh, shit. Hope it isn't navigation. I mean, piloting. Or life support. Does it have another table that we have to roll on?
It does, but I'm supposed to pick. But I'm just going to roll another percentile.
80%.
The sublight engines are slightly damaged, and the ship is reduced. Speed is reduced by 1 point.
Oh, man.
So it skids along the top, and then eventually collides to one of the engines at the back, and it bends the kind of circular thing that keeps the fucking fire that comes out the end of it coming out properly. It just like bends it, and so the sublight engines aren't working as well.
Oh, Lord.
But he's slowed down to the point now where he can use his own thrusters to right himself, and he climbs on the top of the ship.
I'll fucking watch that out of like the starboard side like little hatch window, and they'll say, "Oh, that metal bit bad. Can't fix that."
Oh, man.
Yeah, so you guys would just hear like crunch as his claws just like connect to the top of the ship.
We don't need to fix it. We just need to get to our ship.
Yeah, we just need to survive another jump.
That was like the impulse drives, basically, that just went down, right?
Those are the
One of them,
sublight
yeah.
drives.
Yeah.
So we can still go.
You can still
Yeah.
have the drive.
Yeah,
I guess we need to go. We need to figure out where we are. Like,
I think
Oh,
I
wait,
need to
sweet.
do something to secure him too. Like maybe like can I create like some kind of like magnetic pull on him?
Definitely. Yeah. Let's make it mechanics 3.
Someone can be working astrogation while he's doing that.
Someone go ahead and do astrogation. Now you know where you're going, so I think it's not going to be too much of a big deal. We'll just call it 2. Oh man, yeah.
Nice.
You secure him, just incredibly secure. What do you think the triumph would be?
Can we say that I used a little bit of energy from all of our systems, so this time if we like screw up and something goes out, it's not going to lose him. Like I've balanced it to make sure he
sounds good.
sticks.
Yep.
Astrogation. Kick
That's
that.
excellent astrogation. So you guys are ready to go, and you fling yourself through space, coming to rest near Corellia, where you had hit your ship. No, actually, you had hit it at a random location between Corellia and Kashyyyk, so you can exit there, and it is still empty. Nobody there.
fantastic.
Yeah. So I think Rand would try to dock the ships and get them locked together, and then he would probably pass out in the chair from blood loss and stress.
Nice.
I'd carry him from one ship to the other ship if he can't make it.
I think there's probably room in your cargo hold for the droid.
I was going to ask that. I think being a freighter, I was hoping that we'd have room for him.
I think you could squash him in there.
Oh, that's hilarious. So now our prisoners are
Yeah.
guarded by this fucking
Move all the cages to one side, and this huge droid just parks in next to them.
Now, what was this an actual Lambda class freighter, Lloyd?
It was.
Okay, then this thing, I mean, if we go back and we repair it, this shuttle that we stole to do the heist is actually worth more than what we did in the heist.
That's true, yeah.
So, Tuff will say,
Perhaps we should split crew and take this back with us.
Can you do any repairs here, like for his engines and stuff?
I might be able to. I know there's a way that fleets jump together. I might be able to do a very basic slave up of it to where we can have it jump at the same time that we jump to where we jump to. But I don't know how hard that would be to do.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a difficult astrogation.
Yeah, we need an astronavigator for both ships, and possibly, or
I would just call it 1 at 4.
When you
oh god,
when you slave a ship, though, you're actually circuiting it to our ship. So
Okay.
it would be more of a mechanical thing, I think. It would
Okay,
just
yeah.
mimic whatever we do to our ship. But the question is how mechanically would you set it up?
I've got to go to the restaurant.
I guess if you could somehow connect the two ship computers or whatever, so that what you do on your ship is mirrored on their ship.
I mean, are you thinking physically, almost putting a support strip between them and then running cables between the two ships? So
Well, I think you could just tow. If we wanted to do that, we could probably just tow it.
I
It
suppose
would,
we just jumped with a robot towed to us. So.
yeah, it would. I don't know exactly how towing impacts speed in hyperspace, though. It would probably make us go way slower.
For sure, yeah.
But, I mean, we'd be relatively safe in hyperspace, at least from any pursuit, because they won't know where we're at or where we're going.
Yeah, and I mean,
lose control.
It sounds way easier than trying to create some slave circuit out of spare parts. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just hook up a tow cable to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you've done this twice already with tow cables and stuff. I don't think it's going to be too big a deal, so we'll call it 2 difficulty.
Yeah, we also can spend more time this time. We can spend as long as we need.
You can have 2 boosts for the amount of time and the amount of stuff you've done.
Excellent.
What's
That's
going
what
on?
I wanted to hear.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you tow it really securely. You shorten the length and everything, and you make sure that it's secured by 2 or 3 different clamps. And then you're able to... Oh, we need an astrogation check.
He's just gone to the loo. Oh no, he's back.
I'm back. Another one?
Uh-huh.
Oh man.
Yes,
This
we
one's just
have.
difficulty
We've been how many difficulties?
2.
All right, man. I'm gonna run out of drugs here, man. I'm starting to get nervous, and my stash is getting small.
My astromech droid can actually assist you. I can give you a boost.
A boost?
He should have been doing that.
from-
He's been slacking.
For what it's
Yeah,
worth,
that's
my guy's a fringer, and his astrogation's pretty high as well.
2 threat, 3 success. Looks like.
Okay. Maybe the threat is that the Imperial ship has some sort of tracking device on it?
Well,
Or
we
it's
never disabled its comm, so it could be broadcasting. It could. Then we failed at that earlier, right? We tried. It's pretty fucked up.
You had jammed it with your ship earlier on. I think the threat will be something dark side, something, they know where you are, maybe something possibly mysterious background shit.
That sounds good.
But yeah, nonetheless, you fling yourself across the galaxy. It's going to take you a long ass time to get where you're going, because you're going from Duros. It's actually called Duro, isn't it? The planet rather than the people. Fling yourself from there, basically all the way into wild space, where the droids are. So you got a little bit of downtime in the ship, and eventually you would arrive at the snowy planet where the droids have their base.
Now, can I do surgery to recover that guy from those wounds he has, or is that not a thing? How does that work?
Yeah, you can make a medicine check to recover critical wounds.
You can. Okay.
During this downtime, can we naturally rest and regain some stuff, or?
You can.
Because I'm down a fair bit of strain and wounds, so I don't know how the natural.
What's the rate? I'm not sure myself.
I believe it's 1 wound per night of full rest.
Okay.
And
I'll
strain.
check, though.
You could absolutely come see the doctor as well. Now that I'm out of, I can make a roll. I think basically I can make a roll for each one of you.
Yeah, I would do it, definitely.
Yeah, and we can just narrate it. I think it will be difficult. And
Okay. There is one thing. Now he's, I don't know, claim this armor. You know how they have all the tribal markings and stuff over the helmets?
Yeah.
Like you have that shot where he's like sitting on his bed or whatever, looking down at the helmet, and it's all really momentous. And then he just like spits ink over it and then wipes the visor. So there's just this splatter of Quarian ink, and it just dries into a new pattern.
That's awesome. I love it.
That is so hilarious. I also spit on a helmet when I played Mr. Fish.
That's great. Yeah, so a couple of days later, you guys would arrive at the frosty planet where the droid headquarters is, and you can land without issue, where you'll be greeted by Soren, the Super Tactical Droid. And you can see there's like droids there playing cards, there's droids there, they're like plugged into battery packs, but it looks like they're having dinner, they're like chatting to each other and stuff. It's very convivial and very, very nice.
I think we need to negotiate with this guy for more money.
Yeah. Well, it's quite the ordeal. Yes, indeed.
Well, one of the things we can negotiate is to get them to do the repairs on both ships.
Yeah, so he'll greet you. You have returned, and you are successful. Excellent.
I could use some new med bay.
One of those. Any back attacks?
He looks to the basilisk, and he inclines his head, and he says, "Old friend, it is good to see you." And the war droid says, "Joyful. And you, old Beaky."
Tuff will say, you did very touching, but perhaps we could speak about the compensation now.
Of course. 10,000 credits each, as agreed upon.
You did a good start. I was wondering if you might be willing to help us repair ships.
Certainly. You have done much for the Droid Liberation Front.
And
I look over at Dr. Veet.
and help us fit in new medbay.
We do not have many medical supplies or facilities here. We have no organic life forms.
So that would be the answer.
However, if you acquire such, we would be happy to help install them for you.
Don't happen to have any other upgrades? Weapons,
Certainly.
engines?
I can provide numerous upgrades.
You did get that communication upgrade from the Imperial ship earlier. They might be able to install that for you or something.
Definitely.
Strip out all that beaconry shit or whatever.
So you guys can get a hard point to one item of your choice, which basically is another slot for more upgrades.
Like on a weapon or something?
On a weapon or an armor, on some piece of equipment. Yeah, you can upgrade a lot of stuff, so yeah.
Okay, well, I'll have to find out how that works later.
Yeah, sure.
That sounds awesome. One free upgrade.
Is that for the ship?
Or slot,
That's for you guys. So you can pick an item of your choice, like a piece, your armor, for example, or a gun, and then you can add an extra hard point, which is like an extra slot for upgrades beyond what it already has.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after he has completed the repairs on the Lambda shuttle, I'm gonna try to fucking sell that thing and get us more money.
Interesting. What Lambda is worth. Ooh, baby, that's an expensive ship.
I think Andrew caught on to that early.
He would say, allow me to take a look. I must peruse the ship first. And he goes in with several repair droids, and a couple of minutes later they'll come out with like several parts, and he'll say, the ship, it had a locator beacon. We're able to jam the signal, suggest that it is elsewhere, but nonetheless, There's significant danger to the colony.
I'll cascade my figures and say,
I will sell to you for half price then.
Half price. Certainly.
and he'll bow his head like,
We have deal then.
We have deal, friend.
Oh, man. How much money is that?
And he'll look to Jaster and he'll say, "Thank you once again, my friend. You have been most helpful. I will certainly call on you again."
It's always a pleasure, Soren.
Yeah, and he sticks out his clawed robotic hand.
And yeah, having been through this before and probably now several times since, he readily puts his hand out and grasps it, giving it a shake, and even gives him a friendly slap on the shoulder with his free hand.
Yeah, it's like a big deal for Soren, this whole ritual where you shake hands. It's like a very human thing that he wants to try and do. And you can tell by the way he always makes a big deal of the handshake. And he says, "Well, you have been most helpful. I am extremely grateful to you. I wish you luck in your further endeavors."
And
Thank
to
you,
you, big
Soren.
guy.
What is that?
Yeah,
Is that
that'll be it.
it? Do we do it?
so it's 14,000 ahead after we get half the price of the ship.
Nice.
Alright,
That's an addition to the 10,000.
so
24,000 each.
24?
Yep, altogether.
24? Whoa!
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
dude.
that was a crazy dangerous mission.
That hamster is fucking living it up right now.
Yeah, I went from like
He's going to end up ODing on all that stuff, I bet.
Oh, he is.
from 50 quid small change to 24,000.
He had addiction at 10 and an oath at 10. So his oath was obviously not to kill anybody.
All right, sweet. Well, I'm going to end the broadcast there. Thanks to anyone who watched.
Awesome.